We'll get started. You can sit up front here until the regular meeting, then we need them cleared, but the seats up front are available. Sit after standing in the back. So we're going to get started. We got a lot to cover tonight, so I appreciate it if everybody could take a seat. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Steve, for... All right, we'll call this meeting to order on the regular board meeting on December 11, 2025 at 4 p.m. We'll call it to order. So with that, we'll start with a roll call. Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Maria Okpara.
Here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
And I'm here as well. So if you could all rise and please join us in the pledge to the flag. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, that takes us to public comments for closed session only right now. There'll be more public comments later at 7 o'clock, but Kylie, do we have public comments for agenda items on the closed session agenda?
Yes, we have 7 hitting the time limit under item B5 and 1 additional for another agenda item in closed session.
Okay, great, thank you. So you guys know the rules on the time. If you can limit your time so everybody can speak and then we can get back into closed session, that'd be great. So you're limited to 3 minutes. So Philip Wallace, you're up first. And J.C. Scott, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Philip Wallace, and I'm a school counselor at Apple Valley High School. We all have those people in our lives that when they give us that look, we know we messed up. I'm here giving you that look. The counselors who spoke from their hearts at the last board meeting were giving you that look. When your school counselors as a group are coming to speak at board meetings, you should really ask yourselves, what did you screw up? I'm going to make it easy and tell you. Article 17 had one item the district refused to discuss, counselor caseloads. Counselors want to ensure our caseloads allow us to continue supporting our kids, academic, emotional, and mental health needs. Your counselors quite literally save our students' lives every year. Refusing to even discuss caseload caps is a slap in the face to our students and every counselor advocating for them. It signals that student well-being is not a priority for you. We are demanding counseling caseload caps and action from you to help ensure that students and the educators who care for them are appreciated and safe. Let's now talk about competitive pay and the ridiculous 34 years it takes to hit the top of our pay scale. Over 34 years, teachers who leave Apple Valley for Hesperia make $415,916 more. At Victor, $534,838 more. Counselors who leave Apple Valley for Victor make a devastating $762,759 more. Counselors who go to Hesperia earn a shocking $1,088,446 more over that 34-year career. The math is correct, and the message from our district is loud and clear. If you want to buy a home and be in a district that prioritizes students, teachers, and counselors, you should work elsewhere. When trying to negotiate counseling caseloads or compensation, the district offers ultimatums, not negotiations. There has been no positive leadership, no negotiation, and no good faith effort to even have a conversation. Members of the board, please attend negotiations. Demonstrating great leadership after Victor emerged from receivership, their then superintendent, Dr. Ron Williams, had a bold vision to attract and retain the best educators by having the best compensation in the area. He succeeded. In Lucerne, Superintendent Peter Livingston set the goal of beating Hesperia's pay scale. They make steady progress as we continue our race to the bottom. While our teachers and counselors absolutely deserve a raise this year, what we need more is a clear vision and explicit plan from our leaders, a plan on how our district will change course and be competitive so that we can attract and retain the best educators for our students. Now is the time for you to step up, share, and implement a clear plan for the future of our district, or move aside so others can. Thank you.
Okay, JC, and after JC is Karen Sabers.
Good evening, Superintendent, school board members, school board, AVUDA members, President Sabers. My name is JC Scott, and I'm proud to represent CSEA as both the chapter president of Apple Valley 828 and the regional representative for this area. I'd like to begin by thanking Board President Rowley for taking time out of his busy schedule to meet with me last month to hear firsthand some of the issues we face as both a school district and as a classified union. Although it will take time to rebuild this trust that has been lost, our working relationship remains intact. And that meeting was a step in the right direction, so thank you, Rick. Must continue to remind the school board that CSEA stands in solidarity with our union brothers and sisters in AVUDA, and we respectfully demand that you honor their call for a fair and equitable contract. A teacher strike would be detrimental to our students, our families, and our entire community. Please do what's right. I'm very disappointed in the Facebook post today that the district felt necessary to put out to our families. We're aware the district claimed today's teacher picketing may be uncomfortable to see. In reality, the only ones feeling uncomfortable are the district leaders who keep pushing out propaganda to cover their own failures. Our teachers are not spreading misinformation. They're part of this community, standing up for students and for themselves. If the truth makes the district uneasy, that says everything. Here's what it should have said. We are aware that AVUDA will be picketing at the Educational Support Center this afternoon, and we understand this makes us at the district very uncomfortable. The community, however, supports their teachers because the teachers are a part of the community too. Since our own messaging hasn't been landing, we will continue directing people to our carefully curated budget and negotiating website in hopes they don't notice the real issues. Our educators and unions are speaking the truth, and we prefer that they didn't do that. In full support and solidarity of President Karen Sabers and the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association members, President J.C. Scott, California School Employees Association, Chapter 828.
So Karen will be up next, and after Karen will be Levon Reno. You'll be on deck.
Ready? Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, President Scott, and audience. My name is Karen Sabers, and I am the proud president of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Tonight, I want to speak plainly about priorities, because when we look at the numbers, it becomes very clear what the real priorities of AVUSD have been and what they have not been. Since the 2020-21 school year through the projected 2025-26 budget, total district revenues have increased by 58%. Total expenditures have gone down by 54%, have grown by 54%. On the surface, that might sound balanced, but when you look closer, the distribution of those increases tell a very different story. During the same period, AVUTA salaries increased by only 26%. Meanwhile, administrative salaries went up by 84%. And other operating expenses, which include attorneys, consultants, and other services, outside services, have skyrocketed by 108%. Those are figures taken from Mr. Schulenberg's reports. That is where the money has gone, not to classrooms, not to teachers, not to the people providing services to students every single day. And let's be clear, certificated staff has saved this district money, a lot of money. The retirement buyout and reduced insurance cost alone have saved AVUSD $10.6 million, but not $1 of those savings has been reinvested back into employees who made those savings possible. Instead, those funds have gone toward increased management benefits and expanded layers of administration. When you ask where the cuts can be, I encourage you to look at your own documents. Page 30 of 7, which I handed out of the LCAP, spells it out. The materials distributed at Monday's meeting spell it out as well. 73 new positions added, including BCBAs, which cost over $208,000 each, behavior intervention technician, and various supervisory roles, totaling $5.7 million. 6 additional school nurses, costing over $182,000 each, at another $1.2 million. You've added nearly $7 million in staffing outside the classroom in just those categories alone. I know you have probably heard that these positions are essential and wanted. Have you asked for the proof of that? And yet, we've been told repeatedly that 8 of our sites are becoming community schools, where community agencies are supposed to be providing wraparound services at no cost to the district. So why are we expanding district-paid services in the very areas those agencies are supposed to support? My point is simple. Whatever cuts you make, and I understand that cuts must be made, they need to be kept as far away from the classrooms as possible. Teachers should not bear the consequences of budget decisions they did not make.
Karen?
This meeting was scheduled an hour earlier tonight to give you extra time in closed session. I truly hope that you are using that time to talk seriously about negotiations with certificated staff. I hope you are discussing how to offer a fair and equitable settlement that makes AVUSD competitive with surrounding districts. Because if we cannot attract and retain quality teachers, our students pay the price, and that is a price far too high. We want to work with you. We want to settle. We want to move this district forward. But that requires, I know I'm almost over, prioritizing the people who do the actual work of teaching and supporting students every day. Thank you in solidarity, Karen, and thank you for those that listen.
Moving target. Levon?
Yes.
Okay, and then after Levon will be Grant Peterson.
Good evening. My name is LaVon Renault, and I'm a school counselor at Granite Hills High School, a former member of the district SEL team, a position that was eliminated last year, along with several others to help resolve the budget issues. And as of this year, I'm a parent of 2 students that are enrolled in the Apple Valley Unified School District. I come before you today not as someone who normally speaks out, but as both a dedicated professional and a parent who feels compelled to address the growing discrepancy between the values this district professes and the reality that its staff currently experiences. Oftentimes, in even the most difficult situations, I try to find the smallest glimmer of something good to inspire others. However, I'm struggling right now to do so as I look around and hear the state of our district. I find myself questioning how we can do so much for our community, yet so little for the people who uphold this district's values every day. In my previous role on SEL, serving our community filled me with genuine pride. I felt that I embodied the ideals our district speaks so passionately about. But today I wonder where that same care and commitment is for the employees who pour their heart out into this work. Where is the support for those that make these values real? My commitment to this community and its students is unwavering. I left teaching and VESD to become a counselor in Apple Valley because I felt deeply for the challenges our students face. I even moved my family, selling the home that my father built and moving my children from their established schools to fully invest myself here. I wanted to be here for our students and to know that my own children would be supported by the teachers, counselors, administrative, and classified staff that I trust. Family is a word that we hear often from the board and the district administration, and yet true family provides the stability its members need to thrive. Right now, I'm struggling to see that support. I'm earning less this year than last, and come January, even less still. It's exhausting when longtime employees must take on a second nearly full-time job, as I do now, working an additional 15 to 20 hours a week outside my district hours as a licensed clinical counselor to meet my family's basic needs that covers the cost of living expenses. The word family starts to lose its meaning. This unsustainable reality requires enormous sacrifice. My professional dedication directly compromises my availability for my own family, and I'm forced to cancel vital experiences because of the time I need to earn the necessary income that the district is currently unwilling to provide through competitive pay and benefits. I'm losing precious time with my sons as they're growing up way more quickly than I would ever like for them to be, and I don't want them to look back and feel like all I did was work. I understand the argument that increasing compensation may be seen as taking away from our students, but I must respectfully argue the opposite. The failure to provide sustainable competitive compensation is already taking away from our students. How can a district foster the solid, authentic community you seek? And the very professionals tasked with counseling, teaching, and supporting our students are fatigued, financially stressed, and feeling fundamentally undervalued. Staff burnout and turnover are direct consequences of non-competitive compensation, and this instability is what truly infects our students' learning environment. The solution to serving our students is not to exhaust the staff who supports them, but to invest in the educators and the counselors who show up each day with passion and heart. And I ask that we put real action behind the values that we proudly proclaim by offering competitive pay and meaningful health benefits to honor our time, dedication, and our ability to sustain our own lives while serving our community. It's time for fair negotiations and an increase that aligns with neighboring districts. Investing in us is ultimately an investment in every student that we serve. Thank you for your time.
After Grant Peterson will be Christina Brandt.
Hi, I'm Grant Peterson, and I moved to the Apple Valley School District after teaching in Hesperia for 6 years. Because I grew up here, I went to Apple Valley High School, and before there was a Granite, I wanted my kids and family to be on the same schedule. I survived the rifts of 2008 and 2009, wondering if I'd chosen the right profession early on, but hung on because I love my school, colleagues, and the students, which brings me to a time where I was once appreciated. I'd made it through those hard times and was activities director at Vista Campana and then Sitting Bull Academy, working for the best principal, Phyllis Carnahan. The whole staff worked together before and after school and even on weekends because we were a team and we loved our family away from home and our mission as educators. But times changed and so has the job. Now as teachers, we're faced with so much more. I used to think my classroom management worked, but now I question and ask, how do I de-escalate trauma, support anxiety and depression, calm panic attacks, be their counselor, make modifications and accommodations for the 9 IEPs in 4th period, which happens to be after lunch. If you know, you know. And that's just one class of 160 students I see daily, not to mention the students that scream racial slurs and threaten to kill their classmates. The new day in a life of a middle school teacher. We are not just teachers, though. We're husbands and fathers, Little League coaches, caregivers with dinner to cook, performances and games to attend, and the list goes on. The job is so much more than it used to be. We are working with students who can't read and write, asked to do so much more during the day with minimal support. After teaching for 25 years, I can attest that the burnout is real. It would be nice to be appreciated and valued by getting fair and equal pay to our fellow teachers across town. All that to say this, WTF, where are the funds Apple Valley Unified School District. The last thing I should have to worry about is my paycheck. If we are going to lose more colleagues to early retirement, or will they just transfer to a neighboring district that pays $10,000 to $20,000 more? I would hope that the district and board would want to keep the teachers that have built a life in our community, but we've only received an offer of 3%, which isn't keeping up with inflation. While management has given themselves, in addition to the already 11%, a 16% annual bonus at 30 plus years of service, along with a 9% raise in between $11,000 and $28,000 to their health and welfare. The board gladly approved those funds. Before giving any thought to the teachers in the classroom, in the last 5 years, AVUDA salaries have seen a 26% increase, while management salaries have gone up 84%. If there's something I've learned from this administration, it's this: take care of yourself and pad your pockets before retiring. I'm asking you to do the right thing and show you care about the students and our town. Spend the state and local property taxes on the people raising the next generation, because that is what I voted for, and do it with the support and appreciation we once knew. Thank you.
Okay, Christina, and then after Christina will be Steve Copps.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Brandt, and I teach 7th grade ELA at Sitting Bull Academy. As an English teacher, I believe words are incredibly important, impactful, and meaningful. Over the last 2 years, I have listened to teachers pour out their hearts at this microphone. It's disheartening to see the board and the district seemingly unmoved by what has been shared. Regardless, here I am. In light of the current situation, I, like many others, have been studying the salary schedules of nearby districts. I chose to do my own comparison to Victor Valley Union High School District, reasoning that some of our board are intimately aware of what Victor has to offer. I confirm for myself that at Victor, I would be making nearly $20,000 more a year, and my insurance would be fully funded. I continued my comparison with Victor using the salaries for high school principal and director, and found the opposite result. Our Apple Valley management is taking in approximately $20,000 more a year compared to the management at Victor. To make that clear, $20,000 less at Apple for our teachers, and for our management, $20,000 more versus Victor. These numbers don't reflect the recently settled compensation package that included a 3% one-time payment, a 3% increase for last year, and a 3% increase for this year. It also included a large increase in health and welfare and increased the 30-year bonus to an annual 16%. No one represents these groups, and the board simply voted yes to the recommendation of the district negotiator. Why is our district denying a meaningful raise to our teachers, especially when our current salaries are significantly lower than the districts surrounding us? Why do teachers have to battle for years when management's raise is simply recommended and approved? Why was management offered more than teachers when management already significantly out-earns our surrounding districts? Why am I in the position of taking a $150 pay cut next month as my insurance prices rise? I would like to finish my time speaking as a representative of my primary job. I was a parent before I became an educator, and I will be one long after I retire from this career. My three children have attended AVUSD schools, and my youngest is still in attendance. In fact, I will be leaving here early so I can go watch him compete in his wrestling meet at Apple Valley High School. I've listened over the years to my own children talk about their teachers. Yes, there are some they did not connect with, but there were many more that they did. I've heard stories about funny things teachers said and did, the interesting or challenging assignments, and the kindnesses that they've been shown. As a parent, I want Apple Valley to continue to attract and retain well-trained and talented teachers for the good of my own children and the community of children that will follow behind them. With the salary and health and welfare that we offer, highly qualified candidates will look elsewhere first, and well-qualified teachers will be leaving. I would place a large bet that several of us in this room are weighing our options. We've already lost some teachers, and we will lose more. Please remember, as you look at all of these red shirts, we are not just teachers. We are not less important or less valuable because we work for AVSD. We are still parents, community members, and voters. Please do the right thing and help us achieve equitable salaries. Thank you.
Steve, you're up. Steve Cobbs. And then after Steve will be Lisa Haley.
Well, good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Raleigh, board, and cabinet. Thank you for listening to us. I was going to try to make this as short as I could tonight. There's been word going around that we're on opposite teams, and we're really not. We're one district, we're one group together trying to do benefit for our kids. As I got a chance to go around to different schools, I was at 12 different locations, and I started hurting for people. We were talking about kind of that Christmas bonus coming around, and unfortunately, only the teachers and counselors won't get that this year. Everything else was settled, and so I wish we would. So I needed to put a couple things on record. One, I've talked to I don't know where you are, Jeremiah. He knows my phone is open and willing to negotiate and willing to go. I think we have a couple of different ideas of what negotiation looks like. And so coming into a room that says first, last, final, only offer isn't really negotiation. It's a come in and talk, and I don't want to negotiate against myself over and over and over again. The other one is just a life issue. As I looked at this whole thing of seeing schools, that there's kind of three areas in life. One is you have food, you have safety, and you have shelter. And I was kind of thinking about that, of how we are, and our teachers and our counselors, those are on the front line in the school. We're kind of that food. We nourish the kids. We're with them every day. We give them what they need. CSEA was here, and they got a deal, and that went through, and they represent the safety, taking care of kids. And then thirdly was the administration and kind of putting the structure around it and doing that. And unfortunately, at this point, what I feel like is our district's priorities has put paint on a wall before we feed a kid. That's what it looked like to all of our teachers as I went around to the schools. I wanted to make it short, and I wanted to again say that we come together as a group, and I thank you for being willing to listen to teachers. We're here, we're strong. There's more people, I think, tonight than other times. But we're just asking for fair. I keep reading in the reports. I went over the board things today, and it said we want to be equal with those surrounding districts, and we keep going back to that. And you've heard those words tonight from a lot of speakers. So I just urge you tonight, as you go into closed session, take care of the food. Take care of the ones that are in the classroom with the kids. We deserve a settlement. Thank you.
Lisa? Are you? Oh, there she is.
Good evening. Sorry. While I clearly stand with my colleagues, my topic is a little different tonight. Sorry.
Take your time.
I'm good.
It's okay.
I apologize. My name is Lisa Healy, and I'm the parent of 6 Grand Hill alumni, student athletes. I don't know why this is sad. And 1 current student athlete at Grand Hills High School. I'm also the head girls volleyball coach and attempting to be the boys volleyball coach. I've had the privilege of working closely with our athletic director, Daniel Rincon, for the past 10 years. I do not know the details of his leave, and I'm not here to speak to that. I'm here today to speak on what I do know: his character, his leadership, his dedication to the student athletes and coaches at Grand Hills High School. For the past 10 years, he has consistently attended games, supported coaches, and made himself visible and available to all students, leading our athletics to a decade of thriving programs. His support of my volleyball program has never been passive. He is intentional and consistent and deeply appreciated. For several years, he had to advocate for our league to play 2 rounds only, and finally that passed. And this season, it allowed Granite Hills High School volleyball team to win league and to go into playoffs. I don't know if the clapping helps or makes it worse. He worked with me asking for my opinions and input to create competitive, well-balanced play, schedules that challenge our athletes and me as a coach, and have put us into the playoffs 9 out of the 10 years I've coached at Granite Hills High School. He supported my vision to have an extravagant senior night celebration. It continues to be one of the highlights of our season. He had open communication with me and was supportive in interacting with students, parents, and the community. As an alumni of Granite Hills High School himself, he had a deep connection to this campus, and he was highly dedicated. I have many stories of all the many things he did for our campus, but suffice it to say, I think that our administrative team is learning how hard it is to juggle everything he did. Things are falling through the cracks at Granite Hills High School without an athletic director and an athletic secretary. And I say that without making a dig at my administrative team who is trying to fill in those gaps. They're doing the best they can with what they have, and I do appreciate what they've done. This year when we made CIF, my principal, Mr. Powell, immediately ordered us the required balls. And we didn't get the opportunity to play at home because of a missed bid we received. But I appreciate the support they're trying to give, but I misspoke. Things are not falling through the cracks. Students are falling through the cracks. Student athletes and coaches were being harmed by not having an athletic secretary and an athletic director on campus full-time, taking care of what needs to be taken care of for these students who give their time, energy, talents to this campus, to this school, to this district.
Lisa, your time.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Can I just finish last thing?
Sure. Go
I
ahead.
appreciate him as a colleague, a mentor, and a friend. And again, I don't speak to why he's on leave. I just wanted to be put on record that I speak to his character and his dedication to this school. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for the comments. That we're going to move on to closed session. And again, once we do adjourn to closed session, we'll be back at 7 p.m. sharp to finish the rest of the meeting. So we'll move on to item B, closed session. So bear with me while I read all this. Item 1, conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, current litigation, 9 cases, CIVSB 222-0303, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161, CIVVS 2400289, 2505026, 2506329, 2505666. Government Code Section 5495.5 subsection C and 54956.9 subsection D and 2 and E1. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2024-2501. Government Section 54954.5C and 54956.9 D2 and E1. Anticipated litigation, 2 cases, 2024-2501, 2025-2601. Government Code Section 54954.5D and 54956.95, anticipated litigation, 1 case, claimant Rodriguez Bernice. Item 2, pupil personnel expulsion cases EXP 5, 2526, EXP 6, 2526, and annual reviews AR 8, 2526 through AR 11, 2526. 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated and classified employees. 4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, classified employees. Item 5, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator Jeremiah Harrison. B, Employee Organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. 6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator Kristen Dupree, Employee Organization, California School Employees Association. 7, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, and Negotiation Party Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. And finally, 8, Security Matters, Government Code Section 54957, with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. So I will need a motion to adjourn
So
to
moved.
closed session, and I'll need a second as well. We have a
I'll
motion
second.
by, excuse me? No, we go to 20 minutes on each topic. 20. We're going to stick to
All the
the,
additional
stick to
cards
the
I
agenda.
have for the next one, they're all available.
Like, we need a motion to,
We have Maria motion and
okay. What's that? Maria and Amanda. They're right now? Okay. Okay, we're going to go to closed session. Oh, we're going to take a vote. I'm a coward, huh? Okay. Thank you for that. Keep that in mind when we're negotiating. A coward. Yeah. Anita,
I vote
you
to
gonna
let
vote
them speak.
to go to closed session?
No.
I vote yes.
I vote aye. You vote aye? Listen. We got a lot of business here tonight. I know some of you like to throw insults out. That's fine. You know, we can take it. But we have business to do. You want us to go back and negotiate, but yet you're going to be disruptive here. So what is it going to be? It's what? They're scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock. It's not on the agenda that they want to speak on, ma'am. It's not. It's on the agenda for the regular meeting. We have rules. We're going by the rules. So do we have a motion? We have a motion.
We have
and
the
a
motion,
second.
we have a
Anita, how
second.
do you vote to go to closed session?
No.
Renee?
No.
Maria?
If it is not on the agenda, the answer is no.
Do you vote to go to closed session?
Your vote
to go to
close.
Yeah.
Okay. Amanda?
Yes.
Okay. Come back at 7 o'clock. Okay, we're back in session, 7 o'clock. So we'll call this regular meeting to order at 7 p.m. And with that, we'll do a quick roll call. Amanda Buchanan,
Here?
Maria Okpara,
Here?
Renee Longshore,
Here?
Anita Tucker.
Here.
I'm here as well. So please join and we'll place the flag and for the pledge. And Maria, can you lead us, please?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
I know. All right, we're going to move right along. Report, student representatives. First up, Yakaloma, Bella, Leah, Alex, and Nevaeh.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Nelson, assistant superintendents, teachers, families, and friends. My name is Bella, and this is my third time speaking in a school board meeting. I'm kind of a professional now, so don't worry, I got this covered. These are my fellow student council members, Alexis, Leah, and Nevaeh. First, we want to say a big thank you to Superintendent Nelson for taking the time to teach us all about how the school board works. We learned that being on the board means making important decisions that help every student in our district. We have even practiced what it's like to vote on ideas and make sure everyone's voice is heard. Thank you, Superintendent Nelson, for donating time and sharing your knowledge. It really helped us understand how our school community works together. We even practiced what it's like.
Go ahead. Take your time.
We even practice voting, and it turns out we're excellent at voting on pizza every. We even practice voting, and it turns out we're excellent at voting on pizza every day, with a longer recess. Sadly, it did not pass. Maybe next time. This year, I'm also part of the superintendent student advisory. We met with students from other schools, talk about all the amazing things happening in our district, and how the Youth Truth Survey helps build better relationships between students and staff. We also talked about areas where we can grow, because even awesome schools like ours can keep improving. After the meeting, I made sure our team met with Mr. Clark to share what we learned. I had to remind him a few times. Okay, maybe a lot of times. I even had to stare at him through his office window and sit in his office until he agreed. Don't worry, it worked. We suggested that our team meet with all the 3rd through 6th graders to explain why the survey is important. Our goal is 100% participation because every student's voice deserves to be heard. This coming spring, we'll be celebrating our Spring into STEAM Day, and we welcome all of you to come participate in our fun hands-on activities. STEAM Day isn't just about fun experiments. It's about learning how math and science are all around us and how they connect right here in the high deserts. We will explore how local communities' resources and environments are connected to science, and how math and technology help people do incredible things every day. Our learning doesn't stop at school. We're continuing our college exploration adventures. This year, we attended the I Am Going to College events, including a UCLA football game and a women's basketball game, plus an awesome campus tour led by our very own Mrs. Garcia. Our younger students got to visit Cal Poly Pomona, and coming up, our 6th graders will be heading to Victor Valley Community College, Cal State San Bernardino, and maybe even USC if everything works out. We're already practicing saying, "Fight on," just in case. We love seeing what's possible when we keep dreaming big. We are also very proud of our brand new club, the Bullfrog Brigade.
The Bullfrog Brigade honors and learns about everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, nurses, teachers, armed forces, and more. We talk about how these heroes make our community better and how anyone, even a 5th or 6th grader, can make a difference. Plus, it's a great excuse to ask the firefighters if we can try on the helmets. Spoiler alert, they're heavy. The Bullfrog Brigade even gives out challenge coins. These coins are special medal coins that people earn by doing something great, like showing bravery, helping others, and reaching a big goal. To show our appreciation, the brigade would like to give all of you a coin with you to keep at all times.
Speaking of emergency services, our hiking trips have been awesome. We explored nature, discovered cool birds, and learned that are we there yet doesn't make the trail go any faster. Our flag football players have been learning teamwork, strategy, and how to politely disagree about touchdowns. Our esports team, we're learning communication, strategy, and how to stay calm when your teammate accidentally presses the wrong button at the worst possible moment. Hey, it's CS training. It's been an amazing year full of fun, learning, and maybe a little chaos, the good kind. Thank you, honored school board members and Superintendent Nelson, for helping make our school a place we can learn, laugh, and grow every day. And thank you for helping make our school a place we can learn, laugh, and grow every day. And thank you for listening to us. We promise to keep working hard right after we finish our homework, probably. But most importantly, make it a great day or not, the choice is yours.
Thank you, girls. They're very good. Very good. Up next, Sitting Bull, Emily, Jesse, Noah, and Sham. It's on your screen. Just move forward right here. Okay, you guys got it?
Hello, we are the Sitting Bull's 8th grade ASB officers. I'm Emily Jenkins, the ASB president.
I'm Jessie Sines, the ASB vice president.
I'm Shamaluhi, the ASB secretary.
I'm Noah Martinson, the ASB treasurer.
Thank you, board members, for letting us have the time here to show you about our school. And thank you to Mr. Zachary's graphic design class to make the ornaments that we are presenting you today. So first of all, I would like to talk about the highlights of SBA. ASB is an elective that organizes fundraisers and dance in Renaissance rallies. Web is an advisory class that is on Wednesday mornings and provides tours to new students. Web is currently working on their leadership skills to create and present games for 7th graders. This helps our 7th graders who usually feel shy come outside of their comfort zone in order to cooperate with their team to overcome challenges during this activity. Next, we have AVID, an elective class that researches and tours colleges. They look at possible courses and classes that they would like to take in the future. Lastly, we have Bear Broadcast, another elective that records daily films for our school to gather information about events and activities. On the next slide, we will show you a video of 2 of our broadcast members, Kira and Chloe, who will be explaining the CTE courses that Bear Broadcast and our graphic design class are currently taking.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kira McClellan, anchor and scriptwriter on the Bear Broadcast.
And I'm Chloe Kim, scriptwriter and post-editor on the Bear Broadcast.
Our CT broadcast journalism and graphic classes are off to a great start this year. In our broadcast class, our team produces daily campus broadcasts, and we are on track to produce over 165 episodes this year. In our class, we write, increase our reading fluency, develop our speaking skills, learn about video production, and post-editing.
In our graphic art and design electives, our students are learning the fundamentals of graphic design, and they are building a great foundation that will prepare them for a variety of CTE pathways in high school.
Finally, we are excited to announce that for the first time in our school's history, Chloe and I, along with 10 of our CTE classmates, will be competing in the Skills USA Leadership and Skills Competition next month. We look forward to increasing our career readiness as well as participating in the competition.
Thank you for your time this evening, and don't forget to be
Bear
strong.
So that was our Bear broadcast recording that film, but also in the bottom right corner is our Booster Bears. Our Booster Bears is a group of parent volunteers that set up fundraisers like Step It Up and Holiday Boutique. Holiday Boutique is currently going on right now, and so far it has been a huge success. Both of our campus students have enjoyed being able to look at the amazing decorations and gifts that they have been set up for them. The Booster Bears have made a great difference at our school, especially how they have helped our school raise funds in order for us to have field trips and our annual inflatables for our Renaissance members. We would also like to highlight our security guards and proctors who help keep our school safe and protected. Our admin are the amazing workers who challenge themselves every day to keep our school organized. And lastly, ELOP is our Extended Learning Opportunities Program. It offers before and after school programs like after school enrichment, art, breakfast club, cooking, and more.
Sitting Bull offers 7th and 8th grade honor classes. These students progress faster and practice 8th and 9th grade standards. 345 of our students participated in a PSAT, and these are the results shown. Our average scores were higher than the district's. These are some athletics we participate in at Sitting Bull. Volleyball season just ended. Our girls' black team tied for first place, and the boys' team went undefeated. We also had cross country this year in September, and our future sports for this year are basketball and soccer. These are some activities we have done this year. Our art teacher, Miss Claire, celebrated Hispanic heritage and Native American heritage by doing art projects with grades TK through 6. She also put together this coloring activity that is now hung in the lower campus NPR. We also have after-school enrichment like the choir club shown, held on Mondays and Fridays. We have clubs like esports, photography, gardening, cooking, and French classes. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we offer tutoring after school where students can catch up on work. Lastly, 4 of our teachers host Christian clubs in their classrooms for upper and lower campuses. Some of the classes do it during lunch or after school.
As for the month of August, we created our new SBA 2025 to 2026 logo. We also had a back-to-school night and book fair the same week. In addition, we had our first Aloha Dance and our Crocs versus Birkenstock Spirit Day in September. In the month of October, we had a lot of activity. Students participated in Red Ribbon Week and wore their Halloween costumes. Furthermore, we had Spirit Days for students in TK through 4th and 5th through 8th graders. Lower campus engaged in Superhero Day and upper campus dressed up for Fandom Day. We also had our 3rd annual Fall Festival hosting over 1,300 people that participated in a trunk or treat and games run by ASB students.
In November, we had parent-teacher conferences along with our TK through 4th grade trimester awards to recognize students who achieved good grades throughout the trimester. We also had our 3rd grade patriotic performance and the participation of over 1,200 students for the youth troops. Many dressed up for Camouflage Day, and we had our Pie Run fundraiser where students participated in a PE fun run to raise money for their grade level. Those that won the fun run got to pie a teacher or staff member in the face. In addition to that, students were still able to pay $5 to pie a teacher in the face. This month, we have our Holiday Boutique presented by the Booster Bears, where students get to shop for gifts for their families, and our 5th through 8th grade award assembly. In total, we had 428 honor roll students in 7th and 8th grade for the first trimester. And finally, for December, our 2nd graders had practiced their square dancing and had a performance last night.
Lastly, we would like to show you our future events. We will have a Spirit Day every single month. Tomorrow, we have our first trimester after-school rally to celebrate all of the Renaissance members. Next week, we have our Winter Break Spirit Week. On Monday, we have our grade level spelling bee, and following that, on January 8th, we have our school-wide spelling bee. We are so proud of our amazing spellers. Finally, we have our 2 cross-age activities. One of them is next Friday, where our older students will partner with our younger students for a fun winter activity. And our last one is on March for Dr. Seuss Day. Thank you for your time. We hope to see you again soon, and remember to be Bear Strong.
Thank you, guys. Good job. We'll move on to Granite Hills. Jilly.
Hi, guys.
Welcome back.
Hi. Oh, yeah, I've seen some of you today. Hi. They were in my class. They were wandering around. Okay. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and attendees. My name is Jilly Rodriguez, and I'm the GC president for Granite Hills High School. And I'm excited to give you this month's update on all the things of Cougar Pride. December has been very busy in that my backpack has snacks, a hoodie, 3 unfinished assignments, and probably missing Chromebook charger. Kind of boy. But our campus energy is high, our students are thriving, and we're heading into finals with confidence. And yet again, caffeine, lots of it. We are full send into finals season, which means stress levels are going up, and so are the positive supports around campus. This week, our peer helpers hosted Wellness Wednesday, which included calming activities to help students decompress before finals. It turns out that taking a moment to breathe actually does help. But don't tell our AP teachers. We're pretty sure they think it's a rest, or that rest is a myth that students made up, like Bigfoot. Just before Thanksgiving, our avid seniors embarked on the grueling and ambitious North California field trip. Over the course of the trip, they visited 14 different schools and traveled 1,500 miles, realizing student housing will be expensive and no, ramen noodles are not technically a food group. The Northern California trip was a powerful exercise in self-discovery, helping seniors clarify their needs for college life. Key takeaways centered on personal fit over prestige, with many realizing a preference for smaller, quieter campuses and managing homesickness by staying close to home. Logistically, students gained critical real-world knowledge about the difficulties of student housing and financial advantages of roles like being an RA. Ultimately, the experience shifted many students' application strategies and affirmed their readiness for college. Our avid Thrift Miss fundraiser was a huge success. We had 32 vendors and hundreds of people shopping for thrifty treasures and enjoying some truly elite food options. I was there. It was really good. If Christmas shopping had a level above festive, Thrift Miss would definitely be it. Think of it as like a VIP mode for Christmas shopping. Our dance program put on 3 incredible showcases featuring 130 student performers in ballet, jazz, and original student creative routines. It was an amazing display of talent, teamwork, and flexibility, literally and figuratively. And because calendars are important, our spring showcase will be May 7th and 8th. Save the date now so you could brag later on that you knew them before they were famous. Speaking of performing arts, our guitar students had their holiday recitals this week, filling the theater with some serious musical holiday cheer. Our choir is performing tonight, so if you hear someone humming on the way out of the meeting, that's probably why. And our theater department also crushed their production of SpongeBob the Musical, including special performances for 500 elementary students. The kids loved it, and we're pretty sure some of them are now committed to future acting. A shout out to Coach Elspin, Coach Souza, and the Granite Hills High School mock trial team on their 2 wins this season. Our mock trial team rocks. Our campus also hosted 2 dance/cheer competitions, which gave our students hands-on experience working behind the scenes and raised money for their program. A big win-win, or ASB likes to call it, budgeting with benefits. We sent 107 seniors to CSUSB for Instant Admin Day, and on the same day we had over seniors toured colleges in North California on the Avid Senior Trip. This means that on one day we had about 150 seniors visiting different colleges across California. We had our Future Ready Day for seniors and 236 seniors participated. We have 377 seniors who have already completed a 2-year VVC application. We have 99 seniors who have submitted a 4-year CSU or UC college application, and 84 seniors have applied to at least at least one CSU campus, 55 seniors applied to at least one UC campus, and 26 are still working on their applications. You guys got this. We believe in you. Please hit submit. We held college applications help after school through ELOP and awarded 12 CSUSB fee waivers. We worked with 21 seniors over 2 weeks after school, many for 2 hours each day. We are making great progress on financial aid completion. Last year, 142 seniors had finished their financial aid applications, and we are currently at 145 completed. We have already passed our end of the year number, and we are only in December. We are overachieving at Granite, and we love to see it. This Friday, our medical program is sponsoring a blood drive. It's a great opportunity for students to give back to the community in a very literal way. Next week, our Link crew is hosting Cocoa and Cram, where they welcome freshmen to study for finals with hot cocoa and brain-friendly snacks. It's equal parts academic support and chocolate therapy. The STEM Club has been awarded a Rotary grant to fund rocket supplies. The club has 7 total members that are officially registered for the American Rocketry Competition, and students will begin building their qualifying rocket to be completed by March. Having functioning rockets and no small fires. And ASB is gearing up for Spirit Week next week, because if we're going to take finals, we might as well do it dressed up like candy canes or cozy grandpas or whatever the committee comes up with. We are also planning on the winter formal after we return from Christmas break. Winter sports are officially underway. Girls water polo battled hard in a tough match against Fontana, and despite the loss, spirits are high and the team is ready for a strong season. Boys and girls wrestling are hosting a tournament this weekend, so if you hear cheers from the gym at 7 a.m., just know the athletes there are built different. Boys and girls soccer are off to a strong start with league title aspirations well within reach, and boys and girls basketball are preparing to enter league play and are showing great progress as teams. Overall, December has been a month full of energy, creativity, and preparation, both for finals and everything exciting coming up in the new year. Enough to fill a whole docuseries. Granite Hills students continue to show pride, passion, and positivity in everything that they do. Thank you for your continued support to our students and our school, and thank you for letting me brag about the amazing things going on at Granite. Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Thank you, Julie. Effie, Apple Valley High.
Hello and good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Raleigh, members of the board, and attendees. My name is Effie Avila, and I'm the ASB line president at Apple Valley High School. It's great to be back tonight to share what's been happening on campus because, as always, our Sun Devils have been busy, impressive, and full of pride. November was packed with excitement, accomplishments, and community, so let's jump right into our Sun Devil news. Starting with athletics, our girls tennis team continued their CIF journey. On November 7th, they advanced to round 2. Every match showcased determination, talent, and true Sun Devil pride, and our fans could not have been more excited. Our girls soccer team had a blast hosting a skills camp where they taught younger athletes new tricks and shared their love for the game. Meanwhile, yesterday, both JV and varsity played an exciting match against Rancho Cucamonga High School, giving us plenty to cheer for. The teamwork and commitment shown by our athletes highlight just how much heart our Sun Devils bring to every field. Basketball has been a major highlight too. Just yesterday, our boys team defeated Barstow 92-87 and are now gearing up to face our rivals, Victor Valley High School. And our girls basketball team, they dominated Barstow 51-21. Pure Sun Devil excellence on the court, and fans have been packing the stands, bringing an energy that makes every game feel like a playoff. Our boys soccer team started their season strong with a win against University Prep. Their teamwork and hustle set a high standard for the months ahead. Okay, sorry. And over on the mats, our boys wrestling team kicked wrestling off with oh my God, I'm sorry. With impressive strength, focus, and determination, setting the tone for what looks to be like a powerful year. Shifting from sports to student life, our campus enjoyed a well-earned Thanksgiving break, a chance to rest, recharge, and spend time with family. Many students also spent part of their break volunteering or helping out at senior homes, showing the same leadership we see on campus every day. Right after break, AVHS hosted our first ever mock conference through the new Model United Nations Club. Students debated, negotiated, and stepped into leadership roles in a fun, hands-on environment. Some even discovered a new passion for diplomacy, politics, or public speaking that might shape their future careers. Our annual Sun Devil Holiday Food Drive was a heartwarming success. Teachers collected donations in their classrooms, and our amazing special education coordinator, Miss Speeney, brought her students to help gather items daily. Seeing our campus come together to support families in need was truly inspiring and a perfect example of Sun Devils living out leadership and service every single day. You know, growing up, we used to celebrate the 100th day of school. And in this world we're living in, that's no longer the case. November 18th was the 67th day of school. Yeah. Our Renaissance program hosted a Home Alone movie day where students enjoyed popcorn and a break from classes, all earned through their strong GPAs. It was the perfect blend of relaxation and holiday fun. Skills USA students have been working tirelessly after school, recording videos, studying, and for me, writing another speech. True Sun Devils balancing it all. Our peers team, led by Senor Ruiz and Senorita Diaz, hosted the second annual Sun Devils United, bringing students together to connect, uplift one another, and build community. It reminded us all that the Sun Devil spirit isn't just words, it's who we are. ASB students had an unforgettable day at their annual Disneyland Leadership Day, a very educational experience, with team building, plenty of fun, and maybe a few quick detours to Space Mountain. Our Key Club members also spread holiday cheer in the Victorville Kiwanis Parade, representing AVHS with pride and festive spirit. CTE had an especially eventful month. Our CTE ambassadors attended the Transform Growth Conference, exploring future career pathways and networking with professionals. CTE is also gearing up for this year's MDCP competitions, with students across multiple pathways preparing projects, portfolios, and presentations. Camp students continued their hands-on learning with guest speaker Ariana Greer, a graphic designer and tattoo artist who shared valuable advice about design, careers, and creativity. She's building a unique and professional brand. Students also visited the El Dorado radio station, where we got to meet the Apple Valley favorites Colleen Quinn and Preston Stone. Another camper, Abby, and I went live on air and were interviewed by El Toro from HD 96.3 to talk about CTE, film crew, and plans after high school. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. FFA had an exciting month as well. Two of our teams recently competed at CDE Day, where students rotated through stations focused on barn tools, plants, and animals, all demonstrating incredible agricultural knowledge and teamwork. We are also proud to share that our opening and closing ceremonies teams placed in top 5 for regionals. Plus, our animals officially arrive on January 10th, which is always a milestone for our ag students and a smell the campus looks forward to every year. Public safety students participated in Multi-Company Day, gaining insight into emergency response careers. Math students are completing their trauma assessment final alongside AV Fire and EMT partners, a major hands-on experience for our EMR students. Our students have also been exploring post-graduation opportunities, including a visit to VVC's aviation program in Million Air to learn about aviation pathways and career options in that field. We also today had the privilege of touring AVHS with representatives from the town of Apple Valley and some of our board members. We showed them our CTE programs, classrooms, and the incredible work that our students do every day. And in culinary news, 4 girls from our baking pathway placed 1st out of 10 in the annual Sweet Genius MDCP baking competition, creating a variety of delicious desserts and bringing home a major win. Way to go, Chloe, Leilani, Alejandra, and Naveen. You have officially raised the bar for the rest of the campus. This month, as students reflected on what makes AVHS special, one thing became clear. Sun Devil pride shows up everywhere. From sportsmanship on the field to teamwork in the classrooms to service in our community, our students consistently demonstrate energy, creativity, and heart. Looking ahead, students are preparing for finals week and finishing the semester strong. Afterward, we will enjoy a well-deserved Christmas break before returning for an exciting second semester full of growth, spirit, and Sun Devil excellence. Thank you all for your continued support of our students and programs. It was truly a joy to share everything happening at Apple Valley High School in 2025. I can't wait to be back next year to brag more about why we are the high school. Thank you for your time, happy holidays, and remember, Sun Devil pride is contagious.
Thank you, Effie. Good job. Okay, High Desert Premier Academy, Jaden. You here? There you go.
Good evening, President Raleigh, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, Apple Valley Unified staff, and our educational partners. I'm Jaden Lagi. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving break and ate some good food, because I know I definitely did. On November 18th, several of our seniors attended the Next Generation Conference at Cal State San Bernardino. Students shared that it was great. They had the chance to meet many people and explore the campus. We learned about budgeting in real life and how important it is to have a savings account. On November 12th and 13th, we hosted a family portrait night. I went with my own family, and honestly, it was funny yet super memorable. Sorry. Getting everyone to cooperate for pictures was a whole experience on its own. But it made everything more special that I got the chance to attend with them. This was an experience that will always be remembered by me and my family. On December 5th, our middle schoolers attended the VVC play Hearts in Motion at the Performing Arts Center. One student said that it was good and had a great time in watching the play. And when middle schoolers say that they had a great time, that's a win. On December 8th, I attended the District Advisory Committee meeting at the district office. It was great to see the community members' voices heard and to learn more about where the district funds come and where they are all located. Sorry. Overall, it was a valuable opportunity for me to attend. We wanted to give a shout out to our counselors. They continue to do an amazing job supporting students each quarter and supporting students each quarter and help guide them to their goals. We're currently having 30 seniors on track to meet their graduation requirements, as well as 20 students scheduled to return to Apple Valley High School and Granite Hills High School, because they are caught up and we are extremely proud of them. Our Art of Food program has been performing fantastically. Last Friday, we had broccoli casserole and chicken adobo. It's a famous Filipino dish. It was so good, I just had to get seconds for research purposes, of course. We are also excited to welcome Mr. Lint, our new history teacher. He puts a strong emphasis on getting to know his students and is very knowledgeable in his content. His background may open a lot of doors and opportunities for HGPA. We are so excited to see what he brings to our campus. As second semester comes to an end, we wanted to wish all the high school students good luck on their finals. And thank you to everyone. I hope you all have a great winter break. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and we look forward to seeing you all next month.
Thank you. Good job, guys. All right, moving right along. Item 5, recognition, outstanding representation of district core values. This will be Superintendent Nelson's presentation.
Can I have Colette Rosan join us? Tonight, we're thrilled to recognize our risk manager, Colette Rosan, for her representation of core values in the area of authenticity and service. At the last, and this is a bunch of initials, but UWLCC meeting, Apple Valley Unified School District was selected to receive a Risk Management Best Practice Award at the annual conference that will take place in January for our field trip risk management guidelines. This is not just our JPA, but all of the districts in Southern California that are members of the Southern California Relief, a risk sharing pool. There are about 100 school districts that are involved. And so to be identified as selected to have a best practice is a big deal. Colette will be accepting the award on behalf of the school district, as she should be the person selecting it. She's the person that has worked side by side with our administration to make sure that we meet the criteria and guidelines of the law while still getting kids great experiences. And while we sometimes joke that she's the fun police, all of the teachers know this. You want to do something really cool, but we have to watch the liability too. She does an incredible job to put systems together and make sure that we're meeting the criteria to keep people safe. So we are thrilled that they are recognizing her with the name Apple Valley Unified School District, but we really know that it's risk management and Colette Rosan and all of the work that she does behind the scenes. So thank you, Colette. Before moving forward, we're going to do a picture.
Wait for me. Tell me.
Do you want us to stand where you are and then she can take it from back here?
Yeah, that would work. Let's do that. Yeah. Come right here.
Everyone gets to smile. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I know, I'm like, but I did it for you.
Our second recognition of core values is an alumni of our school district who is now also an employee. And while it's not probably a surprise now because her family's in the front row with her, I'd like to have Zoe Widener join me. All of you know Zoe as our public information officer. You see the posts and the messages that she puts out. What you don't see is the calm, organized, mature beyond her years person that I have the pleasure to work with each day. Zoe has taken communications and expanded our systems, making sure that even our high school students are now receiving notifications around safety concerns. This was the result of high school students' advisory and their recommendations to include them in such notifications. I am always in awe of how quickly she can switch from branding our schools and district to crisis mode. She is calm in all situations and takes nothing personally. I appreciate her knowledge of our schools and the district and her unwavering commitment to the students of our school district and the entire Apple Valley community. Help me recognize Zoe Widener for her representation of district core values of authenticity, service, dignity, and community, because that's what you build every day. Thank you.
Okay. Because we're gonna need mom in the photo.
Come on back out. So you're in the middle.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all for showing up for those awards. It's great to see family members here as well. We'll move on right along to board member comments. First up, Nita.
Good
Nita Tucker.
evening. Thank you, students, for your presentations tonight. I just have to say I'm glad that your professional speakers gives me confidence. Yekaloma, thank you. Sitting Bull, excellent job. And of course, our high schools, you always rock it. So thank you. I do love the Bullfrog Brigade. And this is really great. It's going on my tree tonight. Hearing from all of you and learning about the amazing things happening in our schools, honestly, is the best part of our meetings. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to our parents, teachers, and staff whose support make these presentations possible. And I appreciate you all coming out and being here for our students. This month, I was honored to participate in the Harvest of Giving event on November 19th. Many thanks to everyone who worked so hard to ensure that we could provide boxes and gift cards and turkeys to our families. I also, this November, completed my final Master's in Governance class, and I am grateful for this additional training and support that will help me continue to grow as a board member. I'm also thankful for the opportunity to attend the CSBA conference, where board members receive valuable information, professional development, and resources to support our work. On a lighter note, I was thrilled to attend the CIF quarterfinal Apple Valley versus Victor game in the pouring rain, where our team delivered an outstanding performance, beating Victor. I was with some Victor board members. Let's just say that was another highlight. I was equally excited to be at the CIF semifinal game against Saugus in our home stadium, as Apple Valley defeated Saugus, and that was a really amazing, great game. Great job to our team, parents, coaches, and supporters. And finally, I would like to wish all of our students, teachers, staff, family, cabinet, and my fellow board members a joyful and rejuvenating holiday season and winter break. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next up, Renee Longshore.
Yes, good evening. I do appreciate all the students who are brave enough to step up and speak, either for the first time or on repeat. Just seeing you show up is an encouragement as I look forward to the future leaders of our country. I think they're in good hands. Every time I see you guys speak, I'm like, wow, look how comfortable and confident and clear and delivering they are. So well done again. I would just want a quick clarifying questions for Yuckaloma, your STEAM Day. Do you have a date on that? TBD. Okay, I'll put that down. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, we have had a flurry of activities this past month. From winter sports kicking up, basketball is my personal favorite, to performances and competitions. It has been a pleasure to see the many ways students are engaging and developing their skills across our primary and secondary campuses. Today, I also had the pleasure of touring the wonderful CTE programs offered at Apple Valley High School and Granite Hills High School. So thank you for welcoming us to your campus. And I don't know if you saw us, Jilly. Is that what? Okay, very good. It is often in these extracurricular activities, both athletic and creative pursuits, that students find their niche that ushers them confidently into their adult lives. Many thanks to all of our wonderful staff who dedicate both time and energy cultivating the leaders of tomorrow. I also had the pleasure of participating in the Harvest of Giving on November 19th. I want to send out a thank you to our Family Center staff, Aurora Martinez, Jacqueline Tostado, Brenda King, Cindy Carasa, and Soraya Macias. Thank you for the ways you serve and support our families, not only through this event, but on your campuses and at the food pantry every week. You have been a lifeline for many, and we appreciate you. I would like to thank President Raleigh for his offer of an open meeting and respectfully request we move forward with that. In response to FCMAT, the District Budget Advisory Committee was scheduled to meet on December 1st, 8th, 15th, and January 5th to get feedback. Some were invited and others were welcome to attend. I believe a move to facilitate open and honest discussion is what our community deserves. I also had a wonderful time at CSBA AEC with my colleagues in Sacramento last week. I heard from expert presenters on the topics of transformational leadership, equity, and finance. We also heard about the potential impact of AI, and we're encouraged by CSBA to be bold and courageous in our work. It's been a year since joining the Apple Valley Unified School District School Board, a team with long-standing traditions, and I ventured to add my own unique perspective. As an educator, mom of four, and staunch advocate for the Apple Valley community and students of AVUSD, I have a tendency to get straight to the point, in full sincerity and respect. Some don't appreciate my style, and some do. But when learning is far below standard, deficit spending becomes the norm, and staff is leaving our district in droves, it is imperative that we openly discuss, reflect, and strive to set some direction for the community we serve. FCMAT gave us a good starting point. Increase transparency and listen. We must have a firm understanding of the budget, the facts of where we are financially as a district, and make decisions in response to community feedback. As a board, we need to understand the numbers, that our spending in services and other operating expenditures and capital outlay have more than doubled over the past 5 years, that hiring of staff with temporary funds has far outpaced any increase in enrollment and resulted in spending beyond our means. And as confirmed by FCMAT, this level of deficit spending cannot be maintained. In an attempt to bring balance, we have incentivized early retirement for our most experienced educators twice, and undercompensated those that remain. Employees seeking better have readily found employment in neighboring districts, while we ask the state for permission to hire teachers who lack formal qualification for the positions they hold. This affects our students' learning, their future. This affects the community of AVUSD. As a board, it is our responsibility to direct the district to negotiate in good faith with our bargaining units. To do this, we need a clear understanding of the budget and our community's priorities. So I will continue to bring a different perspective, because that is perhaps what we need most. Prioritize open budget discussion and strive for a clear understanding of our community's priorities. This is my goal, and any attempt to keep me from exercising my duly elected responsibility will be met with equal resolve. Today, I call on this board to do better. Stop following the charge against me. It is past time we become informed decision makers, listening to our constituents, working as a team to direct the superintendent, rising to the task of elected officials, serving with integrity, encouraging accountability, and leading this district into fiscal solvency. We need to unite in common purpose for our children and the families we serve. So as we look forward to 2026, let us do so in hope, not fear of change. It is time to do different. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Maria Okpara?
Well, good evening. I have a different direction to go with this, my comment. I want to start by thanking the parents who have sent us their children to educate. I want to thank the families that support these children that we take care of. And then I move forward to thanking the educators who are in the classrooms facing the students every single day. I am really grateful for the work you do, and sometimes you don't hear enough of it. I like to take the time to thank all of the staff and the people who encounter our children from the moment they walk into a school to the moment they leave, especially the school bus drivers, because sometimes we tend to forget that we turned these children onto a bus filled with other children, and we expect the child to come back to us safe and sound. So thank you to all of you who continue to serve our children. I also participated in the Harvest of Giving. Those of you that know me well enough in this district knows that I come absolutely alive when I have to do something for somebody else who will never encounter me again to say thank you. So I prefer to do those things without having to hear the thank you, because it is out of my heart that I tend to do those things. We went to the CSBA conference. It was a warm experience for us to walk up and down to advocate or to hear about things that will benefit our children and benefit our schools. CSBA is talking about a possibility of addressing ADA versus enrollment. So that will change the way we collect money and the way we get funding for our students. So we're having those conversations. As a board member, we tend to hear from the people who are the governing agency that show us how to be board members. We continue to hear that the board is not doing enough. I have said it here before, that we don't want to take anything away from teachers. However, we have to be very practical in what do we want to really give up in order to give something. So we need to really be very intentional about what we are willing to give up to be able to get where we want to go. I see myself very much like a teacher. I have always seen myself as a teacher through the years. I came into this district as a teacher, and I think the day I will be placed inside a box, I'm hoping that they will remember me as a teacher, not a board member, not somebody that you don't remember, but somebody who spent her whole life being a teacher and to service the people of this high desert of the Apple Valley. We went to the CTE visits today, and I was really impressed at the kinds of equipments that are in those classrooms and the students who are learning so much. And somehow, because I got my education in England, I wish I got it here, because you are exposed to so much to prepare you for the world ahead of you. I was prepared to read and write and to be able to be articulate. I was not prepared to do all of the skills that these children are showing up in the classrooms. So I'm usually so amazed at the work that the kids are doing. It always reminds me of when I'm driving around town and I see a school bus. I get so excited. I get excited because this is our kids. This is the kids that that are ours. They belong to us. So the CTE program that I saw today, all along I've been hearing that we don't have CTE program that is equivalent to the other schools. I found out that both schools have 15 CTE pathways each. So there's no school that has less. So you have 15 each. You just choose which direction you go. But as we begin to have this conversation, I was struck by the fact that Granite Hills High School is not in my area, but there are children that I am supposed to take care of. The children are my absolute employers. They're the ones that I work for. But Granite Hills High School is the only high school in this high desert or nearby high school that has no stadium. And I am beginning to think that we need to really pay attention to that. I don't care what we put out, but we need to truly pay attention to giving a stadium to Granite Hills High School. So thinking about all of this, and I know that everybody keeps talking about we need to get this and we need to get that, we need to get that, but it's been 25 years of that school. And at some point, we need to have a different conversation. I do understand that everybody has issues or things they need to talk about. I'm willing to listen to what you need to talk about, but I want us to really talk about the things that we can fix. I cannot fix what the weather is going to be like tomorrow. I can fix how I'm going to dress for today. So let's work together. That's all I ask, that we work together. We don't point fingers. We work together. I keep hearing family, family, family. Families don't expose themselves in public. We have to find a way to talk and have a conversation with each other. That's important for me as a trustee. You guys put your faith in me when you brought me on, and I'm hoping that you continue to keep in mind it is very important that we begin to really honestly talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Amanda Buchanan?
All right. Thank you. And thank you to all of the students for speaking today. The only thing I can add about the Harvest of Giving was that Trustee Akpara and I got to meet Effie's mom. So that was a fun little treat that day. Let's see. So earlier this month, I attended the CSBA Delegate Assembly, and we had the opportunity to elect several new leaders for the organization. So Deborah Shade moved up. She'll now be the president for CSBA. And then also in Delegate Assembly, we voted and elected Sabrina Rodriguez as vice president, Jackie Wong as president-elect, and Chris Clark was reelected as the African American director at large. Each of the leaders brings a strong vision for public education in California, and I'm looking forward to the work ahead. As always, Delegate Assembly also included updates on the numerous pieces of legislation that we expect to see moving in the coming year. Trustees, we all will be receiving ongoing email updates from CSBA. When the calls to action come through, I want to encourage everyone to take a moment and participate. Sometimes we can think like, oh, we'll go back to it, but a lot of them are time sensitive. So if you get a chance, you can click it, usually just to reach out to our legislators, and it's really easy to go through that process. In fact, the most recent call to action was sent last week in support of the Rural Schools Act, and I'm happy to report that it was ultimately approved by the state. And then I wanted to take a moment to recognize some wonderful creativity happening right here in Apple Valley over at Vanguard. So Vanguard Academy recently unveiled their stunning new door designs into their front office. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Austin Wimberly, who is one of the 4 students on their design team. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, you have to go see it if you haven't. But it's another great example of the talent and innovation that we see in our students. And I also have to say, Austin has a very proud grandfather who could not wait to share photos with my entire school site. Like, he went door to door to show it off, and it was pretty awesome. So congratulations to them. And then I just wanted to add one thing. Obviously, we're all here, and then people are at home, maybe watching on YouTube. But if you get a chance, go back to tonight's episode of Shaq's Dunkman. It's a show where they dunk. And tonight they featured a gentleman by the name of Ty Jackson. He's 25, 5'4", and he does an amazing dunk, but it's important because he's from Apple Valley. And so, yeah, if you can go see it. It was on the Bleacher Report too. That's where I saw it first. But he got a perfect score from all the judges. So he's headed to the semifinals. That's just a little bit of Apple Valley pride that we can all share. And then finally, just as we approach the end of the semester, and once you guys get through all your final exams and papers, just make sure you take a time to unplug, relax, enjoy the holidays with your friends and family. And thank you again for all that you guys do to support our schools and community.
Thank you, Amanda. I have a couple of thank yous I want to put out tonight. The first is the Apple Valley Rotary Club of Apple Valley, where they supplied the Yucca kindergartners with books. And that was done this month. That was great. And also the Apple Valley Fire Protection District, they went to Vanguard school, and they've been doing this for years up here, where they bring the fire trucks around and they give the kids tours of the stations and things like that. So I just wanted a little shout out to them. They're very busy. They handle thousands of calls a year, but they find time to go to our schools, so that's really great. And then also I want to thank the staff of Apple Valley High and all the district employees who were involved with the double shooting that happened in Apple Valley. There was a lot of rumors on social media that it occurred on school grounds, which was not true. But people get talking and people get panicked, and a lot of the district members were up in Sacramento at a conference, but they handled things well from there. And then the people on the ground here did a really good job. It's a very serious situation whenever there's guns involved around schools. And I was able to call the police chief, and he gave me the rundown and stated, no, there was nothing involved on school grounds. It happened a ways, and the victims actually that were shot were down the street about a mile away from the school. So just kudos to that, because there's a lot that goes out with that. It's not just the sheriff's department incident, it's a school incident, and we're really involved, and just really kudos to how that was handled, because there was a lot of information flying around. And then finally, I wanted to congratulate, I know she's not here, I don't know her, but there's a student at Apple High who got an article written about her in the Daily Press, and it just said she got a substantial scholarship award for equestrian, and that is Sophie, and I believe it's, she says its name, Cianciarello or Ciencio, yeah. And that's really great to hear, because if it's going to make the paper, it must have been a really great scholarship that she got. So just with that, I'll pass it down to Superintendent Nelson.
Thank you. As always, these are busy weeks just prior to the end of the first semester. Tonight, I also will highlight our amazing CTE programs. The Mountain Desert Career Pathways is a unique JPA formed to serve students in the high desert districts. I had the pleasure this week to attend the board meeting at Victor Valley College with MDCP Director Matt Wells and Snowline Superintendent Ryan Holman to thank VVC for their commitment to the students we collaborate to serve. Following the close of the 24-25 school year, Victor Valley College, in collaboration with our CTE programs, awarded an astonishing 4,669 grades to high school students who successfully completed career technical education high school courses with the requisite final and course grades. These courses span 17 different disciplines and cover 45 unique college courses, a staggering breadth of an opportunity for our students. To place this in proper historical context, we have been part of MDCP for 14 years. A total of 32,000, just over 32,000 college grades have been awarded to high school students over the entire time. We have amazing ELOP programs as well, so I'm covering both ends right now. Our ELOP programs are elementary based, and in these programs, they're also preparing elementary students that will now, and now a few middle grades programs that will have students ready to enter high school pathways. And as you heard, Sitting Bull Academy will this year be competing in Skills USA. We also have Vanguard competing and Sandia. You heard Effie mention the MDCP competition, and the first one was Sweet Genius. I was sad to miss it because we were in Sacramento. However, Apple Valley High School did, the Apple Valley High School team did take the crown, and we got to taste test their cookies today that they actually won with. So that was fun. Also this week, I was at Rio Vista and saw fifth grade students using 3D pens. I'm going to tell you, I had no idea they existed. I have a lot of 3D printers throughout the district, but I did not know 3D pens existed. And so in Mr. Calderon's class at Rio Vista, I think he's back there. Yeah. He sees the principal and the superintendent walking by, and he says, "Come back, come look in my classroom." And we go back in, and I didn't want to leave. I actually wanted to take a pen and start making an ornament like the students were making, 3D pens use filament and they build up as opposed to a 3D printer. So very cool. If you haven't seen them, I think I'm going to try to buy myself one. Good job, Mr. Calderon. I definitely have to go back because the ELOP program that takes place after school is using 3D printers, and those students use CAD and then make a design and then track that design through the process until they print it. And so at some point, we probably need to go back out as a board. We'll schedule a time and you need to come see what's going on in there. I know these things are happening throughout the district, but just happened upon that one and really engage students. And then a direct line to the Granite Hills High School Grade Academy. I was able to attend the PA choir performance this week that Delisa Kraus leads. And that choir is huge. And so Granite Hills High School has a bunch of kids that are getting ready to head that way. And they're a multitude of ages. So you've got a pipeline, Mr. Powell, coming for the choir. Congratulations to ABHS, who was selected Best in the Desert in the high school category. And ABUSD was also selected Best School District in the High Desert.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and dismiss the students because I know you got lots of homework tonight and got to get to bed early. And
She brought her blanket.
she bought her blanket. Yeah, that's what you guys need to do. So we'll take just a quick 3-4 minute break here. And anybody needs the restroom from the dais here, now is the time. Excuse me?
When do you hear from the teacher? When?
Everyone, we'll come back on the record here. Everybody take a seat, please. We're going to move on to comments from union representatives. Karen Sabers. JC wants to go first?
No.
It says you, but we'll go. Oh, it's JC. I'm sorry. Yeah. JC Scott is up first.
Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, District Cabinet, members of the school board, members of the audience, President Sabers, members of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, and my constituents of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 828. I would like to begin with some celebratory announcements. Our chapter has been making tremendous headway and has gained the well-deserved attention of CSEA at both the regional and state levels. Several of our members have recently been appointed to leadership roles beyond our chapter, reflecting the dedication and excellence of classified professionals in Apple Valley. Please join me in congratulating the following: Ashley Andrade, our second vice president and student information coordinator, who has been appointed as the regional secretary; Jonathan Silva, our vice president and chief union steward, also a senior custodian too, who was appointed as regional assistant representative; Nathan Hernandez, behavioral intervention technician, who was appointed as the regional communications officer; Brenda Bonilla, student information coordinator, who has been appointed as the regional webmaster; and Shalyn Bryant LVN, who has succeeded me at the state level and was appointed by our association president, Adam Weinberger, as the Area of PACE committee representative. Their achievements are not only individual milestones, they are victories for our chapter, our district, and the classified community as a whole. I would also like to take a moment to express my gratitude to a few individuals whose support has meant a great deal to me and to our work. First, I would like to thank my vice president and newly assigned assistant regional representative, Jonathan Silva, who stood in for me last month and read my speech in my absence while I was away serving CSEA. Jonathan, thank you very much for stepping in and representing our chapter with pride and professionalism. Next, I want to thank AVUDA Vice President Adrienne Forbes for her unwavering support. She is a true warrior, not only for certificated employees, but for classified employees as well. Her dedication to fairness, equity, and collaboration is truly appreciated. I also want to thank AVUDA lead negotiator Steve Cobbs for being a solid rock for his team. I know he stays up late, combing through numbers while simultaneously writing sermons to make sure all his people are taken care of. So of course, thank you, Steve. And lastly, I want to give a very special thank you to President Karen Sabers. Karen has been an incredible asset to me personally and to the teachers she serves so passionately. When I stepped into this role back in January, I didn't know what to expect because our unions had been divided for so long. But this year, we have never been more united. Karen, your support, your insight, your honesty, and your dedication have meant more to me than I can ever put into words. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now, if I can be honest for just a moment, I'm only standing here tonight to support my members and the teachers, but real talk, I feel defeated. After working 2 jobs, overseeing a union chapter and now a region, on top of being a husband and a father, I am mentally and physically exhausted. Way past my bedtime, I go to sleep at 8 o'clock. Still, I get up every morning at 4:45, get ready, and drive 33 minutes, and there's no traffic at that time, just to serve the students and community that I love, all with a huge smile on my face. No one even knows how tired I am. Union business notwithstanding, I have the best attendance out of all the campus security assistants at Granite Hills High School. I've only missed 2 days this year. Yet I stand here month after month speaking at this podium, and frankly, I feel I get better results talking to the wall because at least the wall might show a little empathy. Why do I even bother? Why do I bother, you ask? Because I believe in this district and I believe in serving people. I need to directly address the comments made tonight. I will remember that during negotiations. I truly hope after that comment, this district is ready to make a significant offer. That statement was not only inappropriate, it was entirely unacceptable. Making a remark like that in a public meeting in front of hundreds of witnesses and live stream audience crosses a line that no board member should ever cross. let me just educate you real quick. Comments in that nature constitutes bad faith bargaining under EERA, and that exposes this district to a perp charge. That also demonstrates clear anti-union animus, which is a direct violation of your obligation as a board member to remain neutral in all matters related to employee representation and collective bargaining. It's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of law. If board members are willing to make such statements publicly, this district should be prepared to justify its action before PERB. I strongly urge this board to correct course immediately and ensure that all future conduct aligns with your statutory obligations. Now, I need to address some things that deeply concern me while I watch the live stream from the last meeting. When you have professional leaders in this district talking about meeting people in the parking lot, openly arguing with members of the audience, it's absolutely unacceptable. This is a public school district. Everything said here, every action, every reaction, it's on display. Our students are watching, our families are watching, our employees are watching, and whether it was intended or not, you are modeling behavior for an entire community. To then suggest that some people thrive in chaos is frankly absurd, because if anything, the only chaos we've seen is the chaos of this district has allowed to grow. And our current financial crisis is living proof of that. The comments made across the dais tonight are proof of that. At the last board meeting and the one before that, multiple individuals came forward and spoke courageously about favoritism, a good old boys culture, and the fear tactics employees face when they speak up. Not a single person on this dais has yet to investigate or address it. Your silence and lack of concern is loud. And in leadership, silence is more than just an absence of response. Silence is acceptance. And that acceptance is more damaging than any other comment made that night. Recently, an investigation was conducted where allegations against the supervisor in this district were partially substantiated. Since then, the harassment and bullying towards my members has continued. This is blatant retaliation, and I should not have to remind anyone here that retaliation is illegal, yet it continues unchecked, unaddressed, and apparently accepted within the culture of this district. CSEA will no longer tolerate this. Where is the accountability from the district school board? And does the superintendent plan to hold her administration accountable? And let me be clear, if this district continues to ignore retaliation, harassment, and discriminatory behavior, I'm going to begin referring my members to the California Civil Rights Department. And it's their right. And in the financial state we're in, I really don't think this district can afford any more litigation. I will also begin logging and filing unfair labor practices if necessary. The district has been giving far too many chances, and we will take every legal avenue available to protect our members, which is CSEA's right. It's also heartbreaking that no one on this board has addressed the fact that some of our own employees, people who serve our students every single day, are having to donate plasma just to get by. This should outrage every single person in leadership, instead met with silence. And that silence also sends a message louder than any speech ever could. It tells me that the well-being of our employees is not priority. It tells me that the people who keep this district running are invisible. And it tells me that as it stands today, I can no longer say with confidence that my employer cares about the basic dignity and survival of its workforce. Because of this, I no longer have confidence in my district leadership. No employee in Apple Valley Unified should have to sacrifice their health to afford groceries. No employee should have to choose between paying their bills and feeding their children. And no employee should ever feel that they are struggling and being ignored by the very leaders entrusted with their well-being. I am asking and I am expecting that this school board and district investigate and report out on these issues I have raised tonight at the next board meeting. Despite these challenges we face, I stand here tonight with determination, with belief, and with hope, because I know the power of our community. You've seen it tonight. I know that the strength of our educators, classified and certificated alike, and I know when we stand together, we are unstoppable. So I urge this board, choose transparency over silence, action over complacency, and dignity over convenience. Our students deserve it. Our employees deserve it, and our community deserves it. Together, we can rebuild trust, but you gotta want it. We can restore stability, and we can create a district where every worker is valued and every voice is heard. The work begins with all of us, and that time is now and is way past due. Let it also be known, as elected officials, you have the duty to your students, your constituents, and all of us employees. We can and we will hold you accountable. The same needs to happen from the very top. We did not create this mess. Why should we have to be responsible for repairing the damage? Dignity, community, authenticity, and service, or is that just a logo and nothing more? In solidarity, Justin Carlisle Scott, CSCA Chapter President, Apple Valley 828.
Karen.
Before I begin, I would like to make a request. So according to the Brown Act, 54957.5, notwithstanding Section 255 or any other provisions of law, agendas, or public meetings, and any other writings, when distributed to all or the majority of all of the members of the legislative body of the local agency by any person in connection with a matter subject to discussion or consideration at a public meeting of the body are disclosable public records under the California Public Records Act and shall be made available upon request without delay. However, this section does not include any writings exempt from public disclosure, sections 6253.5, 6254, 6254.7, or 625422. Basically, we are asking that any materials handed to the majority of the board be made public to us. It says that they're supposed to be made public immediately so that we can have copies and follow along as the board follows along. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, School Board, Cabinet, President Scott, and everyone in the audience. My name is Karen Sabers, and I am the proud president of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Last week, Abuda had the privilege of taking part in the town's Christmas tree lighting event. We handed out gloves of all sizes, toys, candy canes, and beanies. We love giving back to our community. We love connecting with the families. This event reminds us of why we do the work we do. Tonight, I would like to address a few concerns and one that has deeply affected our staff. First, I'm going to start this out by it's not personal. Don't know Dr. Powell, but this board voted to contract with Dr. Powell and have him train the paraeducators. We paid him $3,997 per 90-minute session, $44.41 per minute to train 6 to 8 paraeducators when SELPA can deliver this training for free. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Most of us saw the message that was sent out the Friday before Thanksgiving, a message that went out to families, not staff. It did not wish the staff a happy Thanksgiving or tell them the district is thankful for them. Then again today, another message. Meanwhile, when we are out informational picketing, students roll down their windows and wave with excitement when they see their teachers. Parents roll down their windows and ask how they can support us. So when the district says we are making people uncomfortable, we ask, what exactly is uncomfortable? I asked the educators to tell me what makes them uncomfortable, and here's what they said. It is uncomfortable to work in an environment where staff fear retaliation on a daily basis or for speaking publicly. It is uncomfortable to teach in classrooms with severe behaviors that go unsupported by administration. It is uncomfortable to watch fact-finding get delayed by the district. It is uncomfortable seeing the district add positions away from the classroom while taking away instructional coaches and reading specialists. It is uncomfortable seeing decisions that are done reflect genuine or not reflect genuine care for students. We are uncomfortable when our salary schedule and the fact that we still do, with our salary schedule and the fact that we still do not have a contract. We are uncomfortable with the misinformation that continues to be shared by district administration. It is uncomfortable to show unwavering dedication to a district that does not acknowledge its educators are struggling with rising costs and need a fair, competitive salary. I'm uncomfortable, these are their words too, I'm uncomfortable with the board's refusal to address the conditions that are hurting morale and stability. Parents and staff are uncomfortable with the district sending the message that it is teachers versus the district. That message is harmful, divisive, and embarrassing. It is uncomfortable knowing that other districts in our area pay their teachers and counselors significantly more than ABUSD, including teachers and counselors who have given decades of their lives to this community. It is uncomfortable having to fight for fair wages when the district should have taken care of their staff long ago. It is uncomfortable working for a district that does not appreciate the certificated staff. Educators are uncomfortable with being portrayed as a problem simply for exercising their right to picket and speak up. They are uncomfortable with the increasing loss of special education paraeducators and with inclusion classrooms lacking paraeducators. They're uncomfortable with the district's lack of transparency and accountability. They're uncomfortable with the financial situation created by leadership's decisions, and even more uncomfortable watching the board vote unanimously to increase longevity bonuses for administration while keeping our district's certificated staff among the lowest paid in the high desert. They are uncomfortable with money spent on professional development that teachers find little value in year after year. They are uncomfortable with leadership creating this crisis and then shifting the blame onto teachers. We are uncomfortable with Superintendent Nelson stating in a board meeting that she inherited this, when in actuality, she helped create this situation. It's time for you to take ownership. One educator said, I am uncomfortable telling my son I can't help him with his tuition this semester because my paycheck is too low. Others shared they are uncomfortable witnessing favoritism when staff try to report student behaviors. It is uncomfortable when I have to go to the food bank to get food to put on the table for my kids. And many said they are uncomfortable that the district cannot seem to figure out how to give certificated staff a proper raise, and that certificated staff must picket simply to fight for what is right. Honestly, I could go on because I received tons of emails with this, but I'll stop there. These are not isolated opinions. These are not exaggerated feelings. These are the daily lived experiences of Apple Valley teachers and counselors, the people who show up for our students every single day, regardless of the conditions created around them. We don't want to feel this way. We want to feel valued. We want to feel supported. We want to feel respected. We want to feel like partners in education, not obstacles. We are hopeful that the district will choose to listen. We are hopeful that you will choose to prioritize classrooms and the educators who make them work. And we are hopeful that the board will choose collaboration over conflict and move toward a fair, competitive salary that allows us to attract and retain high-quality teachers our students deserve. Thank you. In solidarity, Karen.
Okay, I want to address what happened before closed session. While I was preparing to enter closed session for negotiations, a teacher in the audience yelled out and called me a coward. That was not part of the public comment. It was not on the agenda, and it was not within any formal process. It was a personal attack shouted from the crowd during a time when we are supposed to be conducting district business. I did respond because I'm still a human being. I asked, "You really going to say that to me as I'm walking in to negotiations? You could call me a coward?" I said that I would remember that in close, right. And I said that because it's completely inappropriate for anyone to undermine a
Excuse me, President
negotiation.
Raleigh.
You know what? We let you guys talk and slam us. Can you let me talk, please?
No,
Thank you.
excuse me.
What?
I'd like to call a point of order.
What? What's the order?
I believe we're not supposed to respond to public comment.
Well, I'm going to. You can call it. And I said that because it's completely inappropriate for anyone to undermine the negotiation by attacking one of the people responsible for it. That kind of behavior poisons the process before it even sit down at the table. What concerns me even more is what came next. After closed session, the union representative, J.C. Scott, chastised me for my response, yet said nothing about their own members yelling out insults. That selective accountability says a lot. It tells me that the union, there we go. It just proves my point more. It tells me that union leadership is more comfortable criticizing the board than addressing the behavior within their own group. At the same time, the union has been posting incomplete, misleading, and inflammatory statements on social media throughout these negotiations. They criticize me for reacting in a room, but they have no issue attacking the board online day after day, often without context, without facts, and without any acknowledgement of the legal and confidential parameters we are required as board members to follow. If the union truly wants productive negotiations, then standards must be held in the same for everyone. Respect cannot only apply when it benefits one side, professionalism cannot be demanded from the board while the union shouts insults from the audience and publishes one-sided narratives on the internet. I'm committed to negotiating in good faith. In fact, I get calls all the time from Karen Sabers, J.C. Scott, saying that, we want to negotiate, we want this. I am committed to doing what is best for our students in this district and our staff. But negotiations do not move forward when one side chooses theatrics over truth. They do not process when people try to provoke, intimidate, or shame elected officials instead of working collaboratively at the table. Tonight is a reminder that leadership requires discipline, integrity, and consistency. If the union wants accountability from me, then they must first demonstrate it within their own organization. And if we are going to model this behavior we expect from our students, and adults in this room need to act professionals. I will continue to show up prepared, respectful, and focus on solutions. I ask the union leadership to do the same. So now you can all turn around and sit down. Thank you. All right. We'll move on to closed session reports. The closed session reports.
Yes. Are we on?
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Item B1, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5 D, and 54956.95, B. Rodriguez versus ABUSD. On a motion by Anita Tucker, seconded by Renee Longshore, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim dated November 10th, 2025 of Berenice Rodriguez. Additionally, item B4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, certificated and classified employees. On a motion by Anita Tucker, seconded by Rick Raleigh, the board voted unanimously to appoint Ryan Caffey as plant manager, Granite Hills High School, range 38, step 1 on the non-exempt classified supervisory and confidential salary schedule, 255 base duty days, effective December 15th, 2025.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to discussion items, review results of the board self-evaluation. And this is Renee Nelson. Oh, I'm sorry. Too fast. We need to adopt, the board may approve the agenda as is or add and pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and or action. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion, Maria, do a second?
Yeah, I did.
Amanda? Okay. Anita Tucker?
Can we have discussion on it real quick?
Sure.
On the topic of the adoption of the agenda, I want to point out that I requested the revisit resolution of 242526 be added as a discussion action item. Are we able to amend the agenda at this time?
It's in discussion items there on item 2.
To be added as a discussion action item?
E2.
It's discussion information. I was asking for it to be an action item, for it to be a board vote.
We can start with the discussion, we can just information on it, and then we can move into that at another time. For next board meeting. It's on the agenda, as you requested.
But not as an action item.
No.
Policy allows for the board president to meet with the superintendent regarding requested items. You requested it to Rick Raleigh. We discussed the fact that the rest of the board did not have that as information. It did not come out during public session. So putting it on as an information item for the rest of the board to give consensus as to whether we're bringing it back as an action item.
So are you telling me it needs to have consensus to be added as an action item?
I'm telling you that board policy permits the board president to work with the superintendent to identify where it lands on the agenda for the next board meeting. And that's where it's been placed. So that the rest of the board can talk and then can give consensus.
We can get consensus, we can put it on the next agenda for action.
But you wanted this agenda, right?
Yeah.
You understand how that works?
I was hoping to, in response to FCMAT, have it presented to the board and considered as soon as possible.
Okay. So we have a motion in a second. Oh, we'll be discussing it, Renee, no problem. Anita?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
I vote as well. All right, now we move on to item E, to review results of the board self-evaluation. This will be superintendent.
Yeah, so you all participated in the self-evaluation. It was determined that you would do that in December and annually from now on. And you have the results of that. It was also posted along with the agenda. And you just, as a board, will have to make a decision as to what things you want to do in order to work towards whatever the items are on that self-evaluation.
Excuse me, are we skipping presentation D1?
Yeah, I'm
Are
just
we
taking
gonna
it
do
off
that
the
later?
agenda. Taking it off the agenda.
Taking it off.
Which one are you talking about?
Recognition.
The one
We
right
wanted to
before it,
recognize
the
him.
recognition?
Oh, I don't want to do that tonight.
Okay.
So we'll move on to, we're moving on to discussion items. So review
Okay.
the self-evaluation.
Okay, are we discussing it
You're,
then?
You can discuss it. I don't have a presentation for it. You have the item and the next steps because it's a self-evaluation or to determine whether you want to bring somebody in to work with you from California School Boards Association on any of the items or work through them.
Okay, I'd like to say something. Okay, I went through our board evaluation. Our perceptions seem to indicate that we strongly agree in the areas of the board president managing meetings, board agenda reflecting district priorities, the board being recognized at key events, and the board celebrating district accomplishments. Conversely, our perceptions seem to indicate that we do not strongly agree as a board that we work well together, manage internal conflict in a productive manner, treat each other with respect, demonstrate that we understand each other's perspectives, follow agreements on how to request clarifying or additional information about agenda items, confine our meetings to a reasonable length of time, or regularly monitor the fiscal health of the district. And I just went with the ones that were very strongly and the ones that were low. Yeah. Disagreement is not bad. With healthy disagreement, we can come to dialogue and collaboration. Our diverse ideas, experiences, and viewpoints can lead us to the best possible decision for our students, staff, and community. We were all elected by the voters who trusted us to come together and make hard decisions to benefit our schools and community. This is not easy. That's why it's called work. But we each have incredible insight, knowledge, and strength that when we use this together, we can make the needed changes and decisions that support student, staff, and community. I believe that we probably need to schedule a board workshop to go over this more completely than we have time allocated at this board meeting. But I think that by looking at our strengths, our individual strengths, and our opportunities to grow, we will be a stronger, more cohesive, and effective board.
Any other board members have any comments?
Yes, I do.
Maria?
As I was going through this board self-evaluation, I do recall when I was a board president and we didn't have these issues. We disagreed, but we disagreed like professionals. And we disagreed with one focus and one focus in mind, the kids. That was our number one issue. We had to worry about the kids. We make sure that the kids are okay. But how do we make sure the kids are okay? By making sure that the people who are working with the kids are okay. That's a priority of ours. But when I'm looking at this, I can clearly say that we are not getting along. And there is no ifs, buts, or perhaps maybe about it, that we don't get along because we are not talking to each other. I keep talking about how we talk to each other, how we address each other, how we respect each other, how we present our issues to each other. And at this point in time, it is almost impossible for us to get ahead to talk to each other unless we bring a neutral person in the space to talk to us. And that neutral person does not have to be a member of Apple Valley community. Get somebody from somewhere and let that person allow us to openly share what our frustrations are without having to come up with a response. You know, when I talk to people because of my faith, I always say when people are talking to them, listen for what they are not saying, because that's more important than listening so you have an answer. And we are straying away from what it ought to be right now. And we are struggling. You know, we are struggling because we are not able to be cohesive. When we sit in front of the community and tell the community these are the things we need to do and we are not doing it, it is because we are all out there trying to work our own angle. We are a board. We talk with one voice. We don't have 10 different voices or 5 different voices. When we sit here, we are supposed to be focused on what is important to us. Right now, we are not focused because we have issues about trust. We've got to trust each other. We have to be willing to trust each other. We have to be willing to talk to each other. We have to be willing to hear what the other person's point of view is. And at this time, I can tell you that when you look at this data, you all have access to this. When you look at the data, you will find out that we agree. When we agree, we really agree. When we don't agree, we don't agree. We don't have gray areas. We've got to be able to work together. So for me as a trustee, my suggestion is to look for an agency. CSBA is outstanding in terms of sitting down with us and hearing what are our concerns, what are our fears, what are the things that we'd like to do as a district, and let them come and help us. Because we need to be able to do the work of the kids. And right now, we're not. We are getting sidetracked with all kinds of chatter, all kinds of noise out there. We need to be able to do what matters to our children. That's all I'm thinking about, because I look at this, it just doesn't make sense. This is not the board that I joined 8 years ago. Thank you.
I'd like to just echo both what Trustee Tucker and Akpar said, and request that we look at bringing CSBA in, because it is the organization that oversees all of us. We're all members. And they do have experts in the area of budget, which seems to be the area that is the most divisive of opinions. So perhaps we could bring that in and do a workshop to try and build that trust and get all of us on the same page.
Okay, that's a consensus of the.
But she has.
I do have something to add. I sit up here as a member of a body with an individual voice. And I think I've said on a number of occasions that who we are as individuals and what we bring to this table is perhaps our greatest strength. So when I consider where we are as a board, I don't consider the idea that we need to speak all the same way or say the same things or look and present ourselves under one guise. I think how we respond to each other is key. I agree that we're in a space of dysfunction, but I don't think that's because of our differences. I think it's because of our lack to respect our differences. Bringing in someone to help facilitate our healing as a board and our growth as individuals and a body is going to take someone who can help us to look at that piece of this. Because when we're willing to act in unhealthy ways towards each other in response to our differences, we'll never be able to come together. My hope is whoever we bring in will have the wisdom to see that and to guide us in any possible reparation, but it will come from each one of us giving a genuine effort to do different and come from a healthy space in response to our differences. Thank you.
Okay, item E2, revisit resolutions 24, 25, 26, resolution to authorize temporary borrowing between funds of the school district. This is your item, Renee?
Yes, thank you, President Raleigh. Let me begin by clarifying that I stood in agreement with Trustee Akpara on October 2nd, echoing her expressed concern with unmonitored transfer of funds. I followed up with an email as well, again requesting it be added to the agenda as a discussion action item. I would like to thank Matt for his management of our district finances and the decisions he has made over the years regarding distribution of revenues and expenditures to enable seamless operations in AVUSD. In an effort of due diligence with FCMAT's recommendation, in accordance with our fiduciary duty as a school board to properly oversee finances, and in light of the current financial state of our district, I respectfully request again that this be added to the agenda as a discussion action item so that we can vote on it.
Okay, it's a pleasure of the board. I have no problem moving this forward to another meeting for consideration on amending. Everybody else okay? Okay, so that'll be the order. We'll move it forward to vote on it. All right, Kylie, hand me the cards.
I just want to clarify the revisit of that resolution would be to, you guys would be seeking how to essentially reverse that resolution? Is
Correct,
that's what, okay.
As part of the discussion, could we just get an explanation of what the financial implications would be? Because I know that originally we did it because there are times where we are awarded money from the state or from a grant or like the community schools, but we don't get the money right away. Like they tell us it's coming, but we don't get it right away. And I thought that was why we would do that, so that we would have the ability to pay our people, like say for community
Yes, but we're just
schools.
going to discuss it, and if we want to overturn it,
Okay,
can.
I just thought we were discussing it now. Never mind.
so no action tonight.
Okay.
Kylie, you bring the speaker cards? Okay, the first one up, we have an interpreter, sign language interpreter will be Bianca Madrid. So however she wants to do it. And after
Do you
her will
want
be
it over here?
Molly.
Do you want to sit right here in front of her, or is that okay there? Yeah.
I'll give up my seat.
No, it's fine.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Bianca. I have 3 boys from kindergarten, 8th grade, and 9th grade at Apple Valley.
School district.
I wanted to formally come and express how I've been feeling when you keep using unqualified interpreters from an interpreting agency. For both myself and my son, over and over and over again, they fail to provide qualified interpretations. I'm not getting equal access to the schools. It's affecting myself and my son's education. I went to my son's performance, and they gave me the same agency interpreter. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So that interpreter just gave me a paper of what was being said and said, I'm not able to sign these songs for you. You can just read it. So what's the point of having an interpreter? That's your job. So they just gave me a paper to read myself to make it easier for her. So if I'm looking at the paper, I'm not able to watch my son's performance. I'm not able to watch the play. It's not possible. that's not giving me equal access. It's causing significant emotional distress. I'm not able to support my kids if I'm not provided an approved interpreter that gives me equal access. And my first son, he had a meeting and the interpreter said, you're signing too fast for me. Do you mind slowing down? So again, I had to say everything all over again, and it was an agency interpreter as well. The teacher was so happy because she could sign. And the teacher thinks the interpreter is doing a great job because they don't understand what she's saying because she's not deaf. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Take your time.
I feel discriminated against. If the interpreter can't understand what I'm signing, the situation is preventing me from being involved and making an important decision about my son's education. And it happens over and over again. I keep getting the same interpreter for the last 4 years. And I've been asking the school over and over again, I need a better interpreter. But the principal said, we don't have a contract with an interpreter. Apple Valley School District does not have a contract with an interpreter, but it's Apple Valley School District's responsibility. So I've been going back and forth with them for 4 years. Today I called, sorry. So I called today with an interpreter. She asked me, what interpreting agency are you using? She looked up the interpreting agency. And she called today, how many interpreters, ASL interpreters, do you have? I forgot the person's name that she spoke to, but she couldn't answer her question. She said, no, I'm not asking for an interpreter. She said, oh, there's a mother that's complaining. And then she called and asked again, how many ASL interpreters do you have? And she won't answer the question. So she helped me to write up this speech to give here tonight. A lot of interpreters have not been provided. They don't show up or they're not professional. It's your responsibility to have a professional interpreter. So far, I haven't found any examples of certified professional interpreters that rise to the level that focus on the student agenda. I respect the district, but I'm asking them to review their interpreter agency that they're using, because over and over again, they're failing me. They're not qualified. And make sure that all interpreters that they provide are professional, trained, qualified, and certified with RID certification. And get graduated approved interpreters in the future for these meetings, for these classes, and provide written qualification to the district to prevent the situation. Because it's significant for me and other deaf people in the community that we can communicate. And for my children to be involved in their education like everyone else. I appreciate your attention, I expect a response within 10 business days. Thank you.
Okay, Molly Nelson for next one. And after Molly will be Cheyenne Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Molly Nelson, and I'm a combo teacher at Sitting Bull Academy, teaching kindergarten and first grade together. I'm here again because I feel like I have to be, because I feel like nothing's changed and the message remains the same. I was originally hired in 2013, and that feels like a completely different AVUSD than the one I stand in today, especially after closed session. I can still hear the HR director saying, "We've been waiting for you." I remember that warmth, the welcome, the sense of belonging. Somewhere along the way, that's disappeared. Today, it does feel like an us versus them district, and nothing good comes from a community divided. Every one of us entered this profession to better our students' lives and serve the community around us. When we work against each other instead of alongside each other, everyone loses. It should concern every person in this room that morale is at an all-time low. Teachers who have been anchors in this community for years are quietly, or not so quietly, planning to leave the moment they get a chance, not because they don't love their students, but because they no longer feel valued by the people who should be lifting them up. Even in meetings with committed staff, the conversation of adjoin or looking around at other districts comes up. I'm telling you, it does. And not because anybody wants to leave, but because surrounding districts offer more pay and treat their teachers as respected partners. It is impossible to not compare. This is my third time speaking in 2025, maybe third time's a charm, but I do feel like a broken record. My message has always been simple: do the right thing. At the last board meeting, the comment was made that there's a lot of negativity and students give such positive reports, so we must be doing something right. And yes, we are doing something right, but let me be clear. Students speak positively because teachers continue to show up, exhausted and stretched thin, yet still giving everything they have. Student success is not proof that the system is healthy. It's proof that teachers are holding it together. We don't believe in this district, not the way it exists today. What we believe in is our students, and that's what's keeping us going. But even that has limits. Words aren't enough anymore. Promises aren't enough. If AVUSD truly wants to do something right, then prove it by doing right by your teachers. We're exhausted, discouraged, and we're out of faith in this system. The only question left is whether the district is willing to earn it back. Thank you.
Cheyenne Johnson, and after Cheyenne will be Gabriel.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Johnson. I'm a fifth-year second-grade teacher and a mom to a wonderful student in the district. I grew up in this district, and my career in education started when I was a sophomore at Apple Valley High. I worked in the after-school program at Yucca. When I started there, the plan that I had envisioned for my future changed. I quickly fell in love with being in the classroom and working with students. I entered education to impact student lives. I pride myself in the relationships that I build with my students and the environment that I offer in my classroom, one of which Superintendent Nelson has experienced herself and commended me for in January of 2023. Of course, there have been hiccups here and there, but overall, I have been blessed to have wonderful students, and I have a family of colleagues that I know I can lean on for support. Those things are great. However, it's hard to remember the positives when the stress and negative impacts from being a teacher in this district are overshadowing my daily life. The stress from the job itself is one thing, but the stress of not being able to make ends meet takes precedence over all of my thoughts. Teachers are being required to do more. We are expected to handle increasing behaviors in both severity and frequency, to regulate the many different traumas that our students battle daily, and to differentiate our curriculum for 25 or more students in the classroom, all without being compensated fairly for our time and dedication to the students, who for some, our classrooms are their only safe place. The lack of compensation for our time, our dedication, and our effort to serve our students is a slap in the face and incredibly disrespectful. The district mission statement highlights serving the community with dignity, but the teachers who go above and beyond to proudly prepare our students for their future are the ones who are not being served with dignity. My son and all of the students in our district deserve teachers that are here to impact lives. They deserve teachers that are able to show up to work without being burnt out. They deserve teachers that aren't in a constant state of stress. Teachers are asking for fair compensation in order to pay our bills. We're asking to be able to afford to allow our children to play sports. We want to enjoy time with our families without having to work a second or a third job. I stand before you today to call you to action as the governing board of this district to make this right. Treat your staff with dignity and respect, and restore the moral across your campuses. Retain good teachers that care about the students and the future of our town.
Gabriel, is it Morales? Morales.
Good evening. This is my second time coming to speak to you guys for the same purpose. I was at the last board meeting. Last time I spoke as a concerned parent. I again return to you as still a concerned parent and somewhat of a disappointed parent at this point. Some of the things I heard tonight mirrored some things I heard last night, kind of went down this rabbit hole with you guys. This is pretty intense stuff. Tonight was pretty intense on both sides, and you could feel it. I believe one gentleman spoke this earlier and said, we're on the same team. And I think that definitely has gotten lost and forgotten. We want, as a parent, I want what you guys want. I want what they want, so we're all on the same team. Let's not get pride in our way. Let's not get selfishness in our way. Let's go for a better way of doing business, as I said before. I want that again tonight. I don't know the answers to all your problems. Miss Akpara, you said you wanted to talk. Yeah, let's talk. I think that's a great way to start. Speaking and communicating is a great place to start. And we could do without the negativity on both sides. And to your point, Mr. Ole, whoever called you a coward, that was inappropriate. And they shouldn't have said that. All right, I'll say it's that. If no one else will, I'll say I don't support that. Certainly, though, the response was unnecessary too. And if you want to, come on this side and be a civilian, by all means, speak up, man. Defend yourself. I'll have your back. That's no big deal. Say what you want to say, but when you sit in those chairs behind those nameplates, it's a higher calling and it's also a higher standard. And we have to hold ourselves to that. Even as a parent, I have to control myself and not say things that I want to say. Otherwise, I'll be asked to leave and or forced to leave, and that's just the decorum that we're in. And I think all of us need to be reminded of that and understand that. If you're looking for someone to be a mediator, I'll volunteer. I'll do it for free. I'm off on Fridays. Sign me up. I can't promise to do the best job, but it'll be free nonetheless. You get what you pay for. But to the teachers in the room and to the ones that were here earlier, I see you. I had no idea what you guys are going through, what you guys carry on your shoulders, the smiles you give when I drop off my kids, the smiles and handshakes you give when I pick them up, how happy they come home to me every day, excited at what they learned. I had no idea. I have really respect you guys. I appreciate you guys as a parent from this community, and I really hope you hold your heads high. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. To another point, all these kids that were here earlier, it was amazing to see the things they're accomplishing in this school district. The stuff that they did, that was so cool. The kids from Apple Valley and Granite, the way they were speaking, my gosh, we have such great kids here. And but what I took away from it was, who put them onto that? Who gave them that opportunity? It's the people behind me putting in that work, those long hours. They deserve more consideration and more compassion. As I saw those kids espouse all their accomplishments, I couldn't help but think of the teachers, those long hours, some of them what they're talking about with their personal lives. It is incredible. I feel so bad for them. I had no idea we were doing this. Miss Longshore, I really respect what you said earlier. I was elected 6 years as a vice president for my own local union, and I had to go against my own president and vice president, and it got ugly. And I had me feeling like, dang, am I the bad guy? Did I mess up? But then I realized, no, I'm the one that didn't change. I stood as I did before, exactly who I said I'd be. I didn't let people change me. And I was tempted. It was out there for me to take advantage of things. So please, if what you're doing is right, keep doing the right thing. And you have my respect. You have my support. Is there anything I can do to help you and any of you guys, man? Miss Nelson, I know you've been around for a very long time. You don't remember it, but I went and got, I had to get I was applying for a job at the sheriff's department, and I had to get my certified transcripts, and you helped me out with that and got me on the right path. And, this is a small interaction years ago. But, you've been around since then. So, I mean, you guys have the answers. We have to find a solution. It looks like there's some good ideas, but has started communication. These guys have great ideas. The people from the ground up that are doing the job physically probably should have the most consideration of what's going to work for them. I've had that experience. So I've told my supervisors, this won't work. Just get it done. So I did it, and then it didn't work. Why isn't it working? Because I told you it wouldn't. Why don't you listen? And then, it became my fault that I couldn't make their idea a reality when, with this. So please, I'm very proud to be from Apple Valley. I grew up here. I've represented this town everywhere I've went. I don't hold back. I've gotten into so many arguments, whatever. But I'll say this: when you come to Apple Valley, our town motto is a better way of life. And I think that's amazing. That kind of tells me I'm where I need to be, because I've always wanted just a better way of life, man, to improve myself and my family. And that's what we need to espouse, and just not only for ourselves, but for our community. And it's not a selfish way of life. It's not an evil way of life. It's not a corrupt way of life. It's not an arrogant way of life. It's a better way of life. And we all need to try to fix that and get to that point and service our community with authenticity and dignity. Right in this room, we're sitting in the middle of it, yet we seem to kind of oversee it, ignore it. Please don't let pride or ego get in the way of progress and doing what's right for everybody in this room. Thank you.
Mary Quillen? Mary?
I just want to, sorry if that's a little too loud. I just wanted to first say thank you to Bianca for sharing your story. I'm a special educator, and to hear you stand and advocate for your children is amazing. Yep. Okay. And continue to know your rights as a parent of a special educated student, a deaf student, in terms of IDEA and your offer of FAPE. So I just want to throw that in for you. I'll be honest with you. This is the first time I've ever spoken before you, and I am a little shaky because I have felt the intensity of tonight. And so I'm gonna read what I wrote, because this is before everything happened, but I just want to share with you from my perspective. So good evening to our Board of Trustees, district leadership, to the teachers, school staff, and community members present here tonight. Thank you to our guests here for giving up your evening to be present, engaged in the important work of our district. Again, I am Mary Quillen. I'm a special educator co-teacher at Mariana Academy. And like I said, I've gone back and forth if I was to speak, and I decided to take a stand with my fellow colleagues tonight. I've been to many board meetings, and this is the first one. Almost felt like I wasn't going to say, never mind, I'll stop. Stay to the script, Mary. A quote from one of my favorite TV series, The West Wing, is, "Decisions are made by those who show up." Everyone's presence here tonight and on days past is a reflection of that desire to be part of the process of getting things done for the students, family, and staff of Apple Valley Unified. This is only my second year at Apple Valley, my second year in California. My husband and I moved here as almost empty nesters when he found his dream job in Hesperia. He grew up here in the high desert and wanted to return. So if any of you remember Scarcella's Pizza from way back when, that was my husband's family's business. So it was like coming home for him. For me, it was brand new. I was a licensed teacher up in North Dakota for several years. Since I only have 3 minutes and much less now, I'm going to cut to the chase. It's been said that if you want to see what a person or organization truly values, look at their calendar and look at their checkbook. Time and money. No matter what a person says, how they spend their time and money is what reflects their values and what's important to them. So let's be honest. Public money is an entrustment. It's not money that was earned or money that we had to invest or grow. It's been given from revenue raised by the people. It's intended for the people, to be entrusted from elected leadership of the people to build the common good. And this is at the core of our country's foundations, and of course, we have failed to do it well over and over again throughout our centuries. But despite that, we have to keep coming back to it as a plumb line, or else we lose our center. I say this not to give a social studies lecture, but as a reminder of what our duties are as public servants, and that's what we are. We are public servants. We have taken on a moral and ethical commitment to use the best hours of our days and years to public service. For us, it's in the world of education. As leadership of Apple Valley Unified, you carry the entrustment of the people, our entrustment, which includes teachers, school staff, and parents, to use and manage monies not earned by you, but entrusted to you to serve Apple Valley Unified. Today, I want to say thank you to Avuda for keeping up the good fight. We truly appreciate your advocacy for us. As I hone in on teachers, I'm going to hone in on us teachers who daily walk into classrooms and give their best. These people represented here in red. I forgot my red, but I would be in red, so my red. We desire to be treated as valuable, respected educators and provided fair contract settlement that is equitable and competitive. However, we find ourselves in fact-finding and state investigators to examine whether maybe the train fell off the rails in some areas. Almost 6 months after a contract was to begin, and we don't know when this process ends, we find ourselves in a lack of agreement of what is fair and honoring to the people who make it happen each day in big and little ways. It is discouraging to see teachers working 4 days of after-school programs to make up for the decreases in their salaries due to increased costs and a lack of a renewed contract. And as we step into the good fight to bring quality education with compassion and excellence, we feel the weight of it, and this impasse is adding to an already full schedules and very heavy emotional loads. But again, decisions are made by those who show up. So we are here. And we ask you to really hear our voices, not blow them off, not dismiss us. We are highly educated people and cannot be placated by soft sentiments. We desire transparency of decisions, admission of poor allocations, and efforts to collaborate and rebuild the unity between the leadership and those who make it happen each day for our students. When I hear numbers of decreased benefits and wages for both certificated and classified staff, but increases for administration or vague allocations or hiring of new positions when there's still a teacher's contract unsettled, it's incredibly frustrating and discouraging. I am so thankful for the settlement for our much needed and valued classified staff. And now there's no greater priority for the allocation of the budget than a fair and equitable and competitive contract settlement for teachers. We want to stay here. I want to stay here. We want to continue the good work, so please don't make other districts look more alluring or honestly what we need. So in honor of teachers, and we do this in collaboration with other school staff, all those Christmas projects our littles are bringing home, a creative teacher did that, often with their own monies and into the late hours. All those musical performances over the next several days that we record and keep forever, a dedicated and patient teacher did that. All those high school diplomas that set the stage for adulthood, what we heard here tonight, committed teachers who never gave up on that one student made that happen. All those field trips that open up the world around to students, some who have never even gone down the hill, inspiring teachers did that to make that happen. All the scorekeepers and referees so school sports can take place and kids can thrive are staffed by many teachers on their own time to make that happen. The student who wails and cries at school.
Mary, I'm going to have to cut you off. You've gone about 2 minutes over, and we have.
Am I 2 minutes over? Okay, so let me just
2,
say this.
3, that's okay.
Decisions are made by those who
Go ahead,
show
wrap it
up. We have shown up and asked you to do the same. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mary. Up next is Mr. Sion. How do I pronounce his name? Kian. It's got a C. You think I know? I talked to the guy on the phone. Come on up, Kian.
We'll get it one of these days. Don't worry.
His mother will be up next. Terry. Kian.
Yeah.
With a C.
All right. Fifth speech. Good evening, President Raleigh, respected members of the board, and Superintendent Nelson. I hope the holiday season is treating you all well. For the last 5 months, I've come here and listened to the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Aside from November, which felt like I had to endure actual rage bait about a certain employee that, from my personal experience, I feel should have been let go a lot sooner. But I too have spoken again and again about the same thing, and I just want to say thank you, Mr. Raleigh. I appreciate you allowing me time each month to speak about a topic I am so passionate about. I understand there are a lot of underlying dynamics that spin the wheel for my proposed movement, and I am grateful for the acknowledgement from each board member every time I speak. The change I am so passionate about, the movement I care so much for that I'm probably going to go to school feeling sick tomorrow because I'm waking up super early without barely any sleep. And I even missed a girls' water polo game that I am team manager for and a stat boy, a season that was almost canceled, I might add, possibly because of a certain employee. I mean, they did try to erase aquatics entirely and canceled my boys' polo season these past 2 years. But it's whatever. I come to you tonight once again to plead my case requesting a later start time for AVUSD high schools. I've spoken about what the law is, when it was passed, and was supposed to be instituted. I brought up facts about teen sleep cycles and circadian rhythm. I brought up statistics of health benefits of starting school later. I've even brought to you statistics and data from local school districts and San Bernardino County schools that do follow the law. I'm asking you, please help me figure out how to get this law obeyed by AVUSD so that the teens in our high schools can reap those benefits too. Again, thank you, President Raleigh, for allowing me time to speak and have my voice heard, because I am the voice for those who support me but don't know how to get their voice heard or are just too scared to. I am for those who want the change and for those who don't want the change, because the bottom line is Senate Bill 328 wasn't passed for teachers or money, but was passed for the health of students. Won't you pass it too? Have a Merry Christmas and good night.
Like I told you on the phone the other day when we spoke, I said, I know it's going to be late by the time we get to future agenda items, but I'm going to try to get it on the agenda via staff report for this item so that we can get into more details and some discussion. So, yeah. Terry? After Terry is Monica King.
Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Raleigh, distinguished board members. Ms. Longshore, I want to say to you that I appreciate your attentiveness and your comments tonight. You so fit my family's narrative. First, I want to thank you all for always giving us the time to speak our minds, our thoughts, our complaints, and our passions before you. Kian and I have stayed here for hours and hours each month waiting our turn to speak. Tonight has been a lot. I feel both sides, sort of. We are a union household. I have been a railroad wife for 30 years and I get the rules, but you've really never known unfair negotiations until you've attempted them with the federal government. Railroaders aren't allowed to strike and they don't get a choice. They're told what they're going to get. My husband is a union leader and he pushes against the grain too. So again, I want to say thank you for giving us your time. You genuinely seem concerned most all the time. And teachers, if you've ever had a peek in your classroom, you know we support you heart and soul, and you've always been an extension to our family. Second, I just want to reiterate my 2 topics of public comment over the last few months. I support later start times and believe in the hard work and dedication Kian has put into this movement. He does really believe this is the better fit for all students and staff that would be affected. And I wholeheartedly agree, and so do the many studies out there too many to refute. I have also brought up accountability and transparency at Granite. I'd like to say that I hope that there are inner workings being looked into on that level regarding money, tardies, and traffic. In the last 2 weeks, Kian has had 3 first period tardies, all due to traffic just trying to get in the parking lot. He already struggles with late nights and early mornings, and I know many other students do as well. Everything that I've brought up this evening and in my previous talks has to do with rules. To quote my brilliant and humble oldest kid with his message today, watching the first part of tonight's meeting, most people don't like rules, but they're necessary. How we enforce and follow them is what's important. I'm confident there is a way to work with everyone and do what's best for all involved, especially regarding Granite's policies and AVUSD obeying SB 328 for the greater good. Shouldn't we all be on the same page for the benefit of the students? Merry Christmas. Hallelujah. Where's the Tylenol? Thank you.
Monica King, and after Monica will be Anne Marie Van Gordon.
want to speak to the room before I begin that I apologize. I'm about to shift the energy dramatically. Good evening, members of the board, educators, and community leaders. My name is Monica King, and I'm here today as an advocate for the well-being, safety, protection, and mental health of our children. I want to share with you a very important message on arguably the most important topic of our time, one that affects every family, concerns every teacher, and every student. A few years ago, something that should have never have happened, happened. A boy that I know and love very much was sexually abused at Rio Vista Elementary School. We discovered this at age 8. This child today suffers from PTSD. He has OCD, stress-induced Tourette's, and cannot even use the restroom without being afraid. This child has expressed thoughts of suicide at age 9. Now imagine having that conversation with your child, saying, do you think it would be easier to just die and come back as an animal because being here on earth is too hard? He expressed that he doesn't understand why everyone around him can laugh and feel joy, but he can't even smile. His innocence was taken from him. This is also sucking life from him. Being at school, he's teased for the tics that he's developed. Now imagine that the schools repeatedly told you over and over that there was nothing that they could do, no investigation, because this child didn't have the tools needed to articulate to the 2 strangers, policemen that were sent with guns and badges that pinned him in a room alone at 8 years old to question him. This was the protocol in place. This is where the fracture is, because this is unacceptable. He did not have the tools or the courage to properly articulate to these men what had happened. They only further traumatized him. Excuse me. Every child has the right to feel safe, to grow up with dignity, and to experience a life free from harm, exploitation, or violation. And yet the reality is, too many children are suffering in silence, abused, manipulated, or groomed by those that they trust most. This crisis is not distant. It is woven into our schools, into our communities, in our churches. It is family members, it is teachers, it is bus drivers, it's priests. Across our nation, statistics on child abuse and exploitation remain deeply concerning. Studies show that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 10 boys will be abused before they are adults. That means that there are children in every classroom suffering in silence. As educators and leaders, we cannot change what happens in every home and in every situation. But we can empower our children with the proper tools needed to teach children about safety and consent. This doesn't steal their innocence, it protects it. We teach from earthquakes, fire drills, and even how to hide from a school shooter. But what about the thing that we continue to ignore that is happening right here, right now, on campus? Whatever programs are currently in place, they're not good enough, and I'm demanding more. We have to create a program where children are taught at a young age bodily autonomy and help them recognize unsafe and inappropriate situations right away. Give them the tools needed to empower their voice, to speak up. Abusers often rely on a child's lack of knowledge by using cruel threats, fear of punishment, or the inability to even speak about the situation. When we empower children with language, with knowledge, excuse me, and give them that safe adults that they can trust, we break this cycle of silence. By not speaking on this topic, we are setting our children up for depression, addiction, or worse, suicide, and the continuation of this vicious cycle of abuse. We have to stop looking away. We have to normalize talking about this. We have to erase the stigma and the fear around this very important topic. It has been swept under the rug for generation after generation, and this is not sustainable. As adults, it is our responsibility and duty to protect our children. A future worth living is one where innocence is non-negotiable. A new way begins the moment we refuse to look away. And I'd like to state for the record that this child is safe today, working through things in therapy, and he's doing his best. I'd also like this to note that whoever this predator was, he's still existing in the schools around all of our children because of the negligence in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anne Marie Van Gordon.
Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, President Sabers, President Scott, Abuda, and CSEA members, colleagues, and community members. I am Anne Marie Van Gordon. I've been at Desert Knolls for 27 years in TK and Kinder. I am an Abuda rep and negotiator. This week, on Monday, I was at our DAC meeting. Tuesday, I was at an induction observation. Last night, we had our TK winter program, which means I've had 27 years of pre-show panic. And of course, it was absolutely adorable. This morning, I was picketing at Apple at 6:30 and was at my site by 8 o'clock. So I'd briefly like to address the FICMAT report summary on page 6. Our multi-year projection shows a reduction of $4.5 million over the next 2 years, mainly due to certificated and classified staff reductions. Yet, in this year's LPAC, page 37, item 1.2, we have increased healthcare support. Are we hiring 6 additional RNs at $1.2 million at a cost of over $200,000 per RN? The item below, the item 1.3, are we hiring 73 new non-classroom positions at a cost of $5.6 million, including behavior management staff, professional development, coaching, and resources? I just wanted to bring that to the attention of our staff. Lastly, I'd like to address the stadium comment, Maria. If we're willing to incur that obligation, this board is obligated to settle with Abuda. Thank you.
All right. Board comments. Anita.
Thank you all for your comments.
Renee?
I believe it is imperative that we as a board be provided with clarity and have a forum for public input on our current projected budget. 2 months ago, I requested a special meeting of the board to address these fiscal concerns and want to personally thank President Raleigh for offering this as an option. Instead, we were told the discussion would happen in an already established committee with 2 board members elected by the prior board at 2:30 p.m. on 5 pre-selected dates, the first of which was when I was at CSBA AEC. I showed up to the second one, though, as both an observer and parent of 2 in this district, striving to be informed. I was met with the threat to deny any future vote. While I did enjoy observing the first 2 hours of this meeting, it was shut down abruptly with a reference to the Brown Act. We need to remember that the heart of the Brown Act is to ensure an informed public, not repeatedly utilized in an attempt to shame or micromanage board members. I implore the president to agendize these meetings, encouraging all board members to attend so that we may listen to our community. If we truly want change, we need to ensure open, equal, and unbiased participation in any and all fiscal discussion moving forward. Our district is at high risk of fiscal insolvency. High risk. That doesn't change with half-hearted attempts to check boxes and move on. It requires facilitating hard conversations, listening to pointed questions, and providing clear answers. Do we truly want to fix this? It must begin with welcoming everyone into that room, valuing community with authenticity, dignity, and service.
Anything else? Maria?
I have nothing to say.
Amanda?
No, I'm good.
I have nothing. Superintendent? No. All right. We have no public hearings at this meeting. With a special meeting, we need a motion to adjourn the public meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facilities Corporation for new business deemed necessary. The time will be 9:40. We have a motion.
So moved.
Motion is that you, Anita?
That was me.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Second. Maria? We will be taking a roll call vote. Anita?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. So Ms. Longshore conducts this meeting, taking all roll call and then asking for action on items for any approval.
I need a motion to adjourn to a public meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facilities Corporation for and new business as deemed necessary.
So moved.
Wait,
No.
we already did that.
Oh, okay. Right here?
So you're going to.
Okay, roll call. Renee Longshore? Here. Anita Tucker?
Here.
Rick Raleigh?
Here?
And Amanda Buchanan?
Here.
Okay.
Yes. She's not on it.
So you go down to item, Renee, you go down to action items.
Action items,
Yeah.
Public Facilities Corporation. Number 1, authorize the filing of the annual registration renewal fee report, RRF-1, and the annual treasurer's report, CTTR-1, forms with the Attorney General's Registry of Charitable Trusts for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Buchanan?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Ms. Tucker?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It is recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the meeting of the Public Facilities Corporation and reconvene the regular meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees. It is 9:43 p.m.
Okay, so we don't need to vote to adjourn it. That's just done. Okay, we hereby convene the regular meeting. Discussion action items recommended the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Item 1, annual organizational meeting. In accordance with Educational Code Sections 5017, 34143, 7200 C2A, requiring governing boards hold an annual organization meeting with 15 days commencing and including the second Friday in December to elect a president of the board and a district name of a trustee as an alternate who will serve as a representative at the annual meeting of school community college district representatives and determine the dates of regularly scheduled board meetings. So any discussion before we move on?
No. No discussion. Not from me.
Okay. We still need, okay, so you need to do a nomination for president. I'm sorry, that's what I was looking at the highlight here. That wasn't me speaking. So I make a motion that we nominate Amanda Buchanan as president and Maria Okpara as clerk.
I'll second.
You got a second on the motion. So we'll do a vote, roll call vote. Anita Tucker.
Are we voting or voting on the motion?
We're voting on the motion that I
Then we
made.
can have
The motion has
discussion.
been done, second, person second.
Nobody said they wanted any discussion.
I would like this.
Go ahead. Yeah, before we vote, you can discuss.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes.
Right now?
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. As a school district, we ask our students to learn something new every day. Our teachers, staff, and administrators also continue to learn and grow. As a board, we should embrace that same growth mindset. Just as we expect our students to develop, we too must continue to evolve. We have been fortunate for many years to benefit from the wise guidance and leadership of Trustee Apara and Trustee Raleigh. As we move into a new presidency, I believe it is appropriate time to also transition to a new clerk. And in doing so, we still have the invaluable support of our veteran leaders who can mentor and guide both the new president and the new clerk. Both individuals being considered have completed their master's in governance training and continually seek out learning opportunities to strengthen their service as board members. This recommendation is not a reflection on Trustee Apara, who has served our district with dedication and excellence for many years. Probably one of the most important events in my life was when she gave the oath of office to me a year ago. But rather, this is an opportunity for our board to continue growing and developing strong leadership at all levels. And I recommend that we have Mrs. Buchanan as president and Trustee Longshore for position of board clerk.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table, so we can vote on that, and if it doesn't pass, we can move on to a second motion. So with the motion on the table is Buchanan President, Maria Opara Clerk. So we'll take a roll call vote on that, see where that goes. We're voting, I'm going to take a roll call.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were pushing buttons. Anita.
Okay, I thought we were doing this separately. I'm voting no because I would like Mrs. Buchanan and Mrs. Longshore.
Okay. Renee Longshore.
No.
Okay. Maria Opara.
Yes.
Amanda Buchanan.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that'll be the order beginning in January of 26.
President Raleigh, I'd like to motion that we have Trustee Tucker as our board representative with you as our alternate.
All right, I'll second that motion. Anita Tucker.
Aye.
Renee Longshore.
Aye.
Maria Opara.
Aye.
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan. I vote aye as well. All right. Okay, I think that brings us down to the meeting schedule. Effective January 1st, 2022, AB 486 provides an update to the period in which organizational meetings of school districts, county offices of education, and community college districts can be scheduled in non-election years. The law now allows these meetings to be scheduled any day in December, but no later than December 20th. I think that we had some discussions where Anita wanted to change the date for January because she's going to be out of town.
I don't think this is 26.
I'm sorry, I'm too far
Same
ahead.
calendar.
That's, yeah, okay. That is in January, though.
Yes, but not 26.
Calendar, right, I got you. Okay,
Is this
okay,
the
we'll
time
get to that.
Okay,
We'll get
so
to
let
that.
me know when it is.
Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, so any discussion on the new meeting schedule? If
I-
not, I'll make them,
That is a,
excuse me?
that is the county organizational, is that the one? The
It's
county?
our regular board meetings for the school year of 26, 27.
Okay, no, I don't have any.
But it's not going to affect the meeting for this January.
I have a question
Sure.
on the two meetings, I believe they're in June, that start at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Could we have those start at the regular time instead of 1 o'clock for consistency?
It's summertime. That is summertime.
School's out.
School's out.
It is, but parents are still working, and I think we should have it at the regular time to facilitate for parents.
Yeah, it's an expense because then we're paying overtime for after hours and stuff. So if we can do them during the day, but we can revisit it when it gets closer to June if you like. That's my opinion. I'm just one person.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the table to approve?
So moved.
Okay. I'll second it. Anita Tucker?
Aye.
Renee?
Can I speak up in support of Trustee Tucker and the idea of including as many people in our discussions as possible?
Sure.
And I.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay. Consider and nominate board members within our geographic subregion 16B, 16 San Bernardino, who may be willing to serve on CSBA Delegate Assembly for a 2-year term.
I nominate Amanda Buchanan.
Amanda? Buchanan has a first. I'll second that.
I'd like to also nominate Cindy Gardner from Rim of the World and Christina Berenger from Snowline and Scott Wyatt from San Bernardino City Unified.
I would like to nominate Sherman Garnett.
He's not in our area. He's not part of us. right?
He's on there.
But is that West End? Where Desert Mountain?
That's Sandabs. We're on delegate
Yeah.
assembly.
We're not there yet.
Sundance, we have
That's
to
on item
nominate
3.
for our own area only.
I'm sorry, I'm locked out of this.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and vote. Did you get the second, Kylie? Yes.
Amanda Buchanan, Sydney Gardner,
No,
or
the
Cindy
second,
Gardner.
the person who
Oh,
seconded.
gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Anita?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay, now we're down to 3. Consider and select 2026 San Bernardino County
That's
School
what
Board
you-
Association election candidates for officers of area directors or provide a write-in candidate. So we have Cindy Gardner
Yes.
and we have Maria Gomez.
Yeah.
We have Clayton Moore and Don English and Roxanne Ramirez. And we need to Desert Mountain Region Christine Berenger.
Mhm.
And we have Andrea DeLeon.
That's not our area.
And Sherman
That's East
Garnett.
Va- That's East Valley.
What?
That is East Valley. We don't vote for East Valley.
It says,
Do we?
okay, well,
I don't
it's on here.
believe so. I think we only
We vote
focus
for
on
our own area.
but-
Desert Mountain. Which area are we? Are we
We're looking
area
it
A,
up.
B,
Hang on
or
a sec.
C?
We're looking
Yeah.
it up.
So we're area C when it comes to San Bernardino,
Yeah.
CSBA, and we're area Desert Mountain for Sandapps.
So we
Yeah.
cannot vote for anyone other than Christina Berenger.
Or
Oh, you
write
can write
in.
in.
But we cannot vote for East Valley or West End,
No.
even though they're on this paper.
I'm not,
She's
that-
gonna
I'm
look
not
it up.
sure. She's
I'm
looking.
pulling it up for you guys right now. I believe, since this is in reference to San Bernardino County School Boards Association, that you guys are allowed to. I'm pulling up the information right now.
In the meantime, since
Okay,
our
let's go-
area only has one candidate, at least for SBCSBA, I know we've got questions on Sandabs, but on that area, I would recommend that
Cindy
we
Gardner.
support Cindy Gardner for president, Maria Gomez as secretary, and Clayton Moore as our area director, while we're waiting to find out if we
Okay, so we can go ahead and
comment on
vote.
the others.
Ms. Superintendent, what do you think? Should we vote on it while Kylie looks it up, or we just want to wait?
You guys are able to go ahead and vote for the area directors for
East Valley?
A, B, and C.
Okay.
The offices of both the president and secretary, and Sandab's representatives that will be in their area.
Okay.
Okay.
So Sandabs is the one that we only focus on our area?
Thank you for
Okay,
that, Kylie.
Thank you for that.
Quickly getting that information. Under pressure?
So Sandabs, we only vote for Desert.
Desert Mountain.
Okay.
Mhm.
I would have voted for Sean.
Well, and we're only doing the candidates.
Mhm.
Okay, we need a
Like
motion
for-
to support in a second.
I make a motion that we support Cindy Gardner, Maria Lopez, Gomez, Clayton Moore, Don English, Roxanne Ramirez, and Christina Berenger.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. Anita,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Amanda,
Aye.
I vote aye as well.
Rick, can I just
Sure.
assure Anita? Sherman Garnett is the only person in his area.
Yeah.
He will be made the representative. So
And he's a
just-
legend,
if It's
so.
when, typically it's when there's two and they are normally just from your area because of the voting. So you would just do, especially for Sandabs, but he has nobody running against him. He will be on Sandabs, yes.
Bless you.
Like my brother.
Okay. Item 4, approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately. If there are no readouts or changes you can make together, approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson for EXP 5 2025 26, EXP 6 2025 26, and AR 8 2025 26 through AR 11 2025 26. We need motions and seconds.
So moved.
Motion, Maria. Second,
I'll second.
Amanda. Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Okpara,
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Expulsion case number 6, 2025, 26.
Which one are you on?
Oh, we did them all
That's
in one
already
together.
done.
Okay, that's right. They're all together. Okay, annual review. Okay, well, approve the final expenditures for the arts, music, and instructional, it's getting late, materials discretionary block grant. Need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay. Anita,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Amanda.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay, adopt resolution number 252604 to approve the California Environmental Quality CEQA actions related to the Granite Hills High School Stadium project. This resolution authorizes a mitigated negative declaration to satisfy the California Environmental Quality Act and delegates authority to staff to execute and file the necessary documents with San Bernardino County Clerk and the State Clearinghouse. Any discussion? Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Second by who? Anita,
Tucker.
okay. Anita, we'll go do the roll call vote. Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Okpara,
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. 7, approve agreement with key analysts for the development impact fee justification services in preparation for the annual and 5-year reportable fees report. Motion?
So moved.
Amanda.
Second.
Second, Anita. The roll call vote will be Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Okpara,
Aye.
Amanda
Aye.
Buchanan. I vote aye as well. Approve the proposed agreement with Falitron for their work and scheduling reservations system. I'll motion to remove it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Amanda. Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Akpara,
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Approve the proposal from Colby Technologies for California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting at CUPPCAA Software Support Services and Contractor Pre-Qualification Services. I'll move it.
A second.
A second. Roll call. Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Opara,
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Approve the first interim financial reports reflecting a qualified certification for the period ending in October 2025. Now, Matt, you're going to give a presentation on this.
Before we do, it's 10 p.m.
I know, and I needed to take a break real quick. How long are you going to need for this, Matt, for this presentation? Without any questions. This is, say, your presentation itself.
Presentation with no questions, I imagine, will be about 10 minutes long, sir.
Okay, let's take, we'll take 5 minutes because we can't do a motion if we go past 10. So.
Do we need to extend now, though? Or can we do it when we come back?
We'll do it when we come back. Take 5 minutes.
Okay.
It went down, right? Okay. Doing like their night.
probably the cord or something.
Okay, Matt. We're going to be on item 10. Approve the first interim financial reports. Matthew Schulenberg.
Thank you, sir. When the projector lines up here. Okay, come on. View. There we go. All right, thank you. As you said, this is our first interim report. Just to remind the board, this report certifies the financial condition of the district in the current year and the two subsequent for our 3-year multi-year projection. Also highlighted there in red, this is the financials and assumptions as of October 31st, 2025. And also just to remind, we have the first interim that we're in right now. October 31st report is due to the county. And then the second interim is coming up in a little over a month and a half. It's financials as of January 31st with the report due to the county in March. Typically, you'll see the presentation at the March board meeting. This particular interim report in the multi-year projection, of course, contains adjustments based on closing the books from last year as we closed the books after adopting a budget, posting of any carryover. And that is, there's carryover, unearned revenue carryover, and fund balance program carryover. And of course, any revenue and expenditure adjustments, alignments since budget adoption. Of course, aligning budgeted revenues with expected and or received revenues and expenditures with actual and or expected expenditures. There are 3 certifications possible. Positive, of course, says the district will meet its obligations. Qualified at first interim is a district may not meet its obligations for the reporting period. And that's just some statewide data there for the last couple of years. At first interim in the spring of 24, or I'm sorry, in the fall of 23, there were 31 districts that filed qualified. And last year in the fall of 24, the 24-25 fiscal year, there were 32. And of course, the negative certification data down there, the last bullet point, that's just some information. This particular interim report is reflecting the recommendation of staff to file a qualified certification. Using our current information and assumptions, we are recommending qualified because we may not be able to meet our financial obligations through the 3-year multi-year projection. And just to remind the board, we're using the state adopted budget, the school services dartboard for our COLA projections and other assumptions, the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools common message, common message, and of course the FCMAT LCFF calculator. So I wanted to show our assumptions, some major assumptions between budget and first interim. This is our funded ADA. We did not make any adjustments. Remember, in the current year, our funded ADA is last year's P2, so it hasn't changed. If we're able to continue our increased ADA this year, if our ADA this year is on track to surpass last year's P2, then of course we would switch to the current year if that's the higher of those options. And just to remind the board, we have 3 options when looking at funded ADA: current year, prior year, or prior 3-year average. The FCMAT LCFF calculator, as we enter in our ADA and our projected ADA, makes the choice for the best option to gather the most, to generate the most revenue. Unfortunately, our enrollment is still trending lower this year. The enrollment report, we were up from last board meeting on our current enrollment report, but we're still down system-wide about 80 students in enrollment. COLA is another big assumption. You'll see it, the adopted budget there. We use the May revision dartboard. The COLAs for the 3-year cycle, the enacted budget dartboard, did not change those COLAs, and we have not changed those COLAs in our assumptions at this point. The 26-27 COLA in our multi-year projection is currently at 3.02%. A little clarity will start being brought to that particular COLA at the governor's January budget proposal. I know I'm attending, and I believe AVUDA and CSEA both have representatives attending the school services workshop. I believe it's on Thursday, January 22nd, if my mind is going to the right date. So all of our units will have representatives there at that particular workshop. Update on our assumptions for the current year with revenue. There were no changes on the LCFF revenue as we did not change our ADA. Restricted revenues, we always align with state and federal. We post some carryover, particularly deferred revenue. Those are most typical in our federal title programs, our Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, as you only earn the revenue when you expense the funds. But the revenue you don't earn in a certain year that the state has allocated to you, you can carry that revenue over to the next year. And then, of course, we have to we assume those funds are going to be spent in that year. So when carryover is posted at an unearned revenue program, there's a revenue and a corresponding expenditure posted to the budget. On the expenditure side, of course, we always account for step and column increases. That assumption does not change. Negotiated agreements between budget adoption and our first interim, of course. The board took action to approve some agreements with CSEA and our unrepresented, so we updated that at first interim, added those expenditures in, the salary adjustments and health and welfare contributions. The STRS and PERS contribution rates, they did not change between budget and interim. And then, of course, we do carry over expenses budgeted at first interim. I already talked about the deferred revenue program comes with revenue and expenses. The restricted ending balance programs on the restricted side of the general fund, I'll use LCFF multiplier, LCF equity multiplier funds as an example. Those are allocated to school sites. We receive those in a year. The money that is not spent is part of the restricted ending fund balance. In the following year, we then post expenditures to allow the sites to have access to that budget authority for those funds. So you'll see the restricted ending fund balance spent down to zero in the multi-year projection, and that allows the sites access to LCFF equity multiplier, the Prop 28, the ELOP funds that are all restricted fund balance programs. So in the multi-year projection in 26-27, the 3.02% COLA in the LCFF calculator facilitates about a 5.8 million increase in LCFF revenue. Remember, that is base grant, that's grade span adjustment, that's supplemental, that's concentration grant funds. And of course, you'll see an assumption that our federal and state restricted and other state revenues are normalized to more typical because we take the carryover that we've posted out in the second year of our multi-year projections. On the expenditure side, of course, step and column increases, STRS and PERS employer contributions per the dartboard. We do not have anything built in for additional negotiated agreements. We do have assumed attrition. On the certificated side, operating cost inflator. The FCMAT guidance, the one big change from our multi-year projection from adopted budget to first interim. If you recall an adopted budget in 26-27, we built in $5.8 million of to be determined cuts. Based on a FCMAT recommendation not to include any cuts in our multi-year projection unless they have actually had board action taken to approve and implement those cuts, and we do not at this time. We, of course, anticipate through our district budget advisory committee meetings and the January 15th board meeting, we will have a board-approved expenditure reduction plan by January 31st, which is our second interim financial date. So we would include any of those reductions in our second interim multi-year projection. 27-28, not a whole lot of changes to the assumptions between budget and adopted. We maintained the COLA. That facilitates about a 5.8 million revenue on the LCFF. And of course, you can see the expenditures. We didn't change any of those from our multi-year projection at adopted. So really quick, this is adopted versus first interim projections. On the unrestricted revenue side, you'll see LCFF, $300. The state tweaked the EPA, the Education Protection Account funding that came as part of the LCFF. Federal revenues were trued up to realize what's expected in terms of E-rate, which is pretty much the only unrestricted federal revenue source. Other state revenue, you see it's a reduction. That is due to the one-time discretionary block grant revenue that we received this year. At budget adoption, the state had not assigned a resource code, so we assumed it was going to come on the unrestricted side. However, they have now assigned a resource code to those funds, so those funds will be in Resource 6019 on the restricted side of Fund 01. So we had to take that revenue out of the unrestricted other state revenue, and it will appear in the restricted other state revenue, which will be the next slide. So revenue is about 201 to about 199. There was a slight adjustment. Here's the restricted. There are no restricted LCFF funds. Federal revenues. The increase there is primarily due to the unearned revenue carryover. That increases the title program revenue that we have access to. Other state revenue, the biggest bump there was, again, that discretionary block grant came under other state revenue. And also, if you recall, we did not have the community schools grant in our budget as a revenue at adoption. But that is part of that increase in other state revenue on the restricted side of the budget. Those two are the lion's share of the increases on that particular line item. So this just combines those previous two slides. Our revenue estimates went from 245 to 251 on the combined general fund. On the expenditure side, between adopted and first interim, you'll see a little bit different on certificated salaries. This is the unrestricted side. Classified salaries went up. There was that salary settlement. Employee benefits went down, and that's because of some budgeting for expected costs related to health and welfare participation was one of the biggest adjustments we made between adopted and first interim, because we were making some educated assumptions as to who would participate at what level, what district contributions were going to be. So when the dust settled, we were able to adjust that accordingly. Books and supplies, a slight increase there on unrestricted side. Services operations, a slight decrease. Capital outlay, that's a adjustment for routine restricted maintenance. So you'll see the expenditures on the unrestricted side from 163 to 165. On the restricted side, a little bit different. Certificated salaries, the big jump there is because another FCMAT recommendation, as in the past we've budgeted carryover expenses in the 4,000s, mainly instructional materials. This reflects Director of Fiscal Services, Cindy's attempt to more accurately distribute the carryover expenditures as posted based on conversations and guidance from FCMAT and our spending patterns. So we're assuming there on the certificated side restricted, the lion's share of that is ELOP, because we have a lot of certificated hourly salaries in ELOP per time card, and also for our summer school program, we'll pay, ELOP pays for the majority of our summer school program. Classified salaries, employee benefits, again, that's health and welfare, and all the statutories, that's Medicare, STRS, PERS. Books and supplies, did see a slight increase. Services and operations. The big jump there in services and operations is what we've done with the one-time discretionary block grant. Since that revenue was moved to the restricted side, we've posted expenditures, operating expenditures, to utilize that one-time discretionary block grant to free up unrestricted funds in our budget for this year, again, because that is one-time money. So we did move some utility expenditures over to the restricted side for that block grant to absorb, to free up unrestricted general fund. Capital outlay, that's primarily due to some routine restricted maintenance budget adjustments. So you'll see the total expenditures did go up about 17 million. And again, that is primarily due to the transfer of the expenditures due to that discretionary block grant and the budgeting of the restricted fund balance programs, giving the sites access to that funds at this point. And again, there's combined, so we did go from 253 to 272 if we look at combining the unrestricted and the restricted side of the budget. So this is what adopted looked like in terms of revenues, expenditures, net increase, decrease. Remember, we were projecting deficit spending of about 9.6. With those adjustments, you'll see to our revenue and to our expenditures. And again, that's the assumption that we are spending everything that's budgeted at this point. Remember, these are financials only 3 months into the year. Or wait, July, August, 4 months into the year. My apologies, October 31st. So we're still assuming everything's going to be spent. There have been adjustments since this time to better align revenues and expenditures since that time, always trying to get better at estimating what is actually going to be spent and accurately reflecting what has been spent. Multi-year projection on the unrestricted side, you'll see that 10.7 estimated deficit spending, that's revenues minus expenditures. We had an excess, but then we have our contribution. Again, that contribution, the lion's share of that contribution is to support restricted programs whose resources are not sufficient, specifically special ed, and our statutory contribution to our routine restricted maintenance account. So on the unrestricted side, we're estimating an ending fund balance of about 8.4 million. We look at next year, revenues up, expenses up a little bit, contribution up a little bit, deficit spending of about 9.5. So we are actually upside down in our ending fund balance. We're below zero. That right there is what triggers a qualified certification recommendation from staff on this particular budget. Because if we do not change anything, if we do not have an expenditure reduction plan, the assumptions as of October 31st have us becoming insolvent next year. Restricted, again, I mentioned, we're budgeting all that restricted fund balance, ending fund balance, ELOP, LCFF, equity multiplier, Prop 28 funds, giving sites access to those funds to be spent. That's why you see the restricted side go down to pretty much zero. And that's the combined picture. So highlights, we're really looking forward to the January budget proposal because the state's bringing in a lot more money than they had anticipated in their budget cycle. I know Trinae's heard some numbers. I will be attending a county CBO meeting in the morning where Kevin Gordon from Capital Advisors will be speaking to the county CBOs. Looking forward to hearing what he has to say, whether that money's going to come one time or ongoing. I think the talk in the room is it's going to be one-time funds that the governor is going to distribute, but we'll see in January what the governor proposes. Our enrollment ADA trend, again, we're declining enrollment, but our ADA is ticking up slightly, so that offsets some of that. The district advisory committee the other evening, we got to look at some scenarios if we increased our ADA and how that would impact our revenue. Of course, it's only positive if we get more kids in school, in seats, in front of our teachers, getting that curriculum and getting those classroom experiences. And of course, the COLA. The COLA we have in 26-27 is currently 3.02. I've heard estimates anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5, so it'll be very interesting to see what the governor comes out with in January. And when he does that, we will look at the school services dartboard and their recommendations for COLA in our multi-year projection. So that 3.02 we currently have, most likely we'll see a change, and unfortunately that change is probably down a little bit, which will decrease our LCFF revenue. And that's just a timeline of what's coming up in our current cycle. Again, the budget proposal in January, second interim financials as of the 31st. Sacramento negotiates. Governor revisits his budget in May. We adopt in June. State adopts prior to June 30th. Then we adjust, and then we close out the current year. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, thanks. We'll open it up for questions. We'll just start down at the end here.
And Simbly is back up. So if you had any notes in Simbly, it is back up.
I just have I don't know if it's a question, maybe.
Would you like me to reference a particular slide?
So I think it is on page 9, the first interim multi-year projection, general fund, unrestricted. I'm showing.
What's the, Ms.
that
Tucker,
we're not
Ms. Tucker, what's the slide number?
Anita, ooh, that was
Is it
loud.
numbered?
Could you use your mic a little bit? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Anita, let me stop you there. We'll get back to you, but we need to extend the meeting, and then we'll go back to your comments. So we have to extend at 10:30, which is 2 minutes before 10:30. So what's an estimated time? You want to put 2 a.m.? You finish by 2 a.m.? No?
Not unless
11
we get
o'clock?
breakfast.
11:30? Okay. 11:30. We'll extend this. We just need consensus or a motion for something like that. Okay. We have a motion to extend till 11:30?
So moved.
You have a motion? Second? Okay. Anita?
Aye.
Second? Renee?
Aye.
Maria? Aye. Amanda?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay. We'll
Ms. Tucker, I apologize. I did think the slides were numbered. I see that they're not. I apologize. Is this the
No.
correct slide that you're referencing up on the screen? Up, first interim multi-year projections,
Yes.
general fund
Yes.
unrestricted? Thank you.
Okay. Just for my clarification, because I've spent some time going over this, and this year, based on the first interim unrestricted, we're going to have a little over 8 million. Next year, we'll be in deficit, almost 2 million. No, just over a million.
Just over $1 million.
And then the following year, 27, 28, we will be in deficit 8.5 million.
Based on our assumptions at this time and our financials as of October 31st, yes, that's what this slide is demonstrating. If nothing changes.
And this is based on all the carryover that you've put back into the different funds, but you put them in as revenue and an expenditure, and they zero out.
Well, those particular revenues, the unearned revenues program, are on the restricted side of the budget.
Unrestricted.
So on the unrestricted side of the budget, yes, there are some carryover expenses. Typically in lottery, we had some carryover lottery where we posted those expenses, and that does spend down the ending fund balance, but not to the, if you recall, at budget adoption, our deficit was 9.7 million. So now here, even with some increased expenses, and of course we did have some increased revenues, it's 10.7, but there are some carryover expenditures. And again, this is assuming everything that's budgeted is spent. So as we continue to go through the year, we will make those budget adjustments and align to actuals and expected expenditures and actual revenue received and expected revenue received. So this will continue to change and evolve.
Okay, I just find it really hard looking at this, that it's 2 years that we're looking at not even being able to be at zero. We're negative.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
go ahead. You guys can just come on down.
Yes, thank you for Matt for putting all the hours and time, and I see Cindy in the back too, and preparing this presentation and this data for us as a board. I had questions, a couple that I just would prefer a yes or no answer for. Number one was the roughly $15 million increase that we saw last time that I had brought up, that dropped in books and supplies. Just for clarification purposes, were those previously encumbered funds in books and supplies? Was that previously encumbered in unspent funds from last year?
Well, I'd have to research the specifics of the transfers that resulted in that.
Okay. Okay. So, but as far as the 15 million, I thought that's what your email had said. Is that not what your response on your email had said?
I don't have the email in front of me, Ms. Longshore. I'm sorry. Do you have any questions pertaining to the slides of the presentation?
Yes, well, this was because the 15 million, roughly 15 million that dropped in books and supplies, and brought the total up last time, has now grown to over 17 million. And it's being shifted around. And so I'm keeping an eye on it and trying to understand where the money is going and why it might be going there. And thank you for the clarification of why it's showing up in our certificated and classified salaries. But I guess I'm wondering, because I did bring up this point for discussion, that that I was seeing money placed in these accounts that that didn't match our spending over time. And so I was pointing out that these were an excess fund. And so the clarification is $15 million dropped. Were those the excess funds from last year?
Typically on the restricted side of the budget you're talking about this books and supplies line that's now $17.1 million?
No, that's restricted. So
Yes, so you're talking about unrestricted, which
so
was
I'm looking at
5
so I'm looking
and
at
is now
combined.
5.8.
So I'm looking at combined when I
Okay.
speak numbers. So when we looked at books and supplies last time we were together, we noticed that it dropped into books and supplies.
So you're looking at the budget financial report I presented at the last board meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
And we noticed that increase, right? We talked about it. It was books and supplies. It grew from our original allocated budget of $17,969,470, and it grew to $33 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's, when I talk the 15 million, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yeah, you'll notice that line now that was 33 is 22.8 million now in the current budget because Ms. Kunkel has worked very hard to distribute those expenditures across the different resources to more accurately reflect our spending patterns. This is primarily due, and I'm going to back up a slide. On the restricted side of the budget, you'll see the restricted books and supplies went from 12.9 to 17 to approximately 17.1. That's going to be a product of not only the unearned revenue programs where there's revenue posted and expenditures posted. For example, Title I, we had about 1.7 million in carryover from Title I. So we post that revenue and we post those expenditures, and some of those expenditures would have landed in books and supplies. There's also the restricted fund balance programs, LCFF, Equity Multiplier, Prop 28, ELOP, where the schools budget or we allocate within the books and supplies line for them to access those funds and expense. The combined number now at 22.8 is a better reflection of our expected and anticipated expenditures while allowing the schools access to those programs and to the budget authority they have in those restricted programs.
Yes, thank you. My concern is still that we're encumbering these funds that don't show a pattern of spending.
Well, they're not encumbered. Not all of them are going to be encumbered. They're budgeted to be spent. And you're right, they're not all going to be spent. That is absolutely true. But on the restricted side, when we get to second interim, that 17 million will change because some of it will be spent, some of it may be reallocated to certificated salaries, classified salaries, depending on what the schools choose to use their restricted funds for. So it will all continue to evolve.
So is the answer yes?
What was the question?
Was the roughly 15 million increase in books and supplies from the 24-25 previously encumbered and unspent funds?
I would have to say yes.
Thank you. My next question is, were those encumbered or unspent funds from all, meaning books and supplies, other operating expenditures, capital outlay, and Fund 7,000 categories?
I'm sorry, could you
Was
repeat
it across
that?
all categories? So meaning not, I know it landed in books and supplies, but was
And
that,
it's been reallocated since.
yes, I saw that too. But was it originally from all four of those categories? Like whatever we didn't spend? Because I know I had brought up that we were putting funds there, but it didn't match our spending over time.
Right.
And so that I pointed out that we had excess funds there. And so now we're talking about those excess funds in a total of approximately 15 million that they're now being put into this current and waiting to be approved budget. But that I'm asking, is it a total from across all four, the books and supplies, the other operating expenditures, capital outlay, and the Fund 7,000 categories? Is that our total that we didn't spend last year and is now becoming a part of this year's first interim?
I'm still not understanding the question. I'm sorry, Ms.
That's okay.
Longshore.
That's okay. And I know it went up a bit. I noted it went up to 17, just over 17 million this time around.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just clarifying where exactly those unspent funds came from. Can it be concluded that they came from those funds that I had pointed out that had funds in excess of our pattern of spending?
The excess funds that have been allocated in the budget now at first interim across all those different object codes, and keep in mind within each one of those major objects, there's endless object codes for different categories in books and supplies and salaries and services and operations. That would have been on the restricted side of the budget. Those are unspent funds from last year in fund balance programs or expenditures to match unearned revenue from last year in restricted programs.
Okay, thank you. So yes, that's our total from
The
across those
17 million
categories?
is not the total, no. The 17 million is what is budgeted in books and supplies.
Well, yes, I understand that, but it increased. Last time I brought this to our attention, 15 million had dropped in books and supplies.
Yes.
Now it kind of played musical chairs and went to the different categories, as you noted. And-
Based on a FICMAT recommendation to budget to more accurately represent our spending patterns.
Yes. I'm following it all, so.
Great.
I can see that. But the total fund has gone from 15 and now up to 17, I believe, got reallocated across all the funds. So you had said that when we have funds from last year that we didn't spend and we bring them to this budget here, that it's counted, any funds brought over are counted as both revenues and expenditures, correct?
Only if it's an unearned revenue program or a deferred revenue program, which are our federal title programs.
Okay.
Our
So-
state restricted funds are fund balance programs.
Okay, so I saw an increase in revenues from our originally board-approved budget of 6.6 million, but expenditures increased by 17.4 million. So my concern is that, that again, we're taking these funds that we have and we're putting them places saying we're going to spend them, when, again, in years past, we haven't. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out to my fellow board members, that money is there, but again, it's not being spent. And then also, I just wanted to confirm that we have special reserve funds over time. And we don't look at them a lot as board members, and so I just want to bring it to our attention. We have the Cafeteria Special Reserve Fund, Capital Facilities Reserve Fund, and Capital Outlay, Special Reserve Fund for Capital Outlay. Is this correct?
Yes, those are other operating funds of the district.
Okay, great. And can you tell me the number for each of those? The Cafeteria Special Reserve Fund is fund number?
13.
And the Capital Facilities?
Fund 25.
and the capital outlay.
Fund 40.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I was looking at those specifically. I know we also have student activity, adult education, and child development.
Yes.
But I was looking at those three specifically because I'm noticing a buildup of reserves in those categories. And the revenue in cafeteria specifically comes in but doesn't get spent. Our expenditures are less than our revenues. So like last year, we amassed a 2.2 million roughly addition to our reserves for a total of 10 million, roughly $10 million dollars in our reserves for that special revenue fund. Are you able to confirm that?
No.
Because it's in our first interim report.
Well, I'm looking at the presentation, and that is not contained in the presentation.
Okay.
But if that's in the first interim report, then I'm not going to deny it. But yes, if Fund 13 is operating at a surplus, yeah, then her reserve will grow.
Okay, so I know we're approving this and not your report, yes?
Well, you're approving the SACS forms that were attached to the board item,
Mhm.
and with the recommendation to file a qualified first interim report.
Mhm.
That's what's your consideration to approve.
Okay, so I just want confirmation of numbers in that.
Okay.
So roughly, and we don't have to get exact if you don't want to. I'm willing to say it exactly if you'd like, but in our special reserve fund, we have a special reserve fund for our cafeteria. We have roughly $10 million there as of 24-25 unaudited actuals. Correct?
Are you looking at the unaudited actuals or the first interim financials? Because the first interim financials do not contain the unaudited actuals.
Well, I noticed it went down a little in the first interim report. So that was interesting. But yes, according to the unaudited actuals, it was roughly 10 million. Do you want to let us know the number in the first interim?
The projected ending fund balance in Fund 13 as of first interim is $7,576,682.96.
Okay. And then our capital facilities reserves were,
Fund 25?
yes, Fund 25. We're also getting revenues, not spending it all, so we have an accumulation of our reserves there as well. It looks like a total of 8.4 million according to our unaudited actuals. Do you have the numbers for that in our
The
first
projected
interim?
ending fund balance in Fund 25 for this fiscal year is $7,804,951.97.
Thank you. And then in capital outlay, we have,
Fund 40?
yes, for our reserves. And this one was most fascinating to me because we have our revenues far out or far below our spending. So that might be something interesting for my board members to know. Our revenues are about 410,000 comes in, but our expenditures are at 7.7 million roughly. But even with that, we have a total cumulative reserve of roughly $11 million in the capital outlay as well.
And the projected ending fund balance for Fund 40 is $5,321,567.88.
Okay, thank you so much. So according to my projections or the data from the unaudited actuals, we have a total of roughly $29 million in reserves for our special reserve funds. But according to our first interim report, it looks like we have roughly 19 million, so about 10 million less. Is that because we did spending out of those accounts?
That's because there's some spending projected this year, yes.
Spending projected. And over time, has that spending been something of a norm?
Well, over time in the nutrition services, yeah, we've had years where it runs in a surplus and years where it runs in a deficit. Fund 25, the revenue is simply developers fees, so we have no control over the revenue in Fund 25. That's based on residential and commercial construction within our boundaries. Fund 40, the revenue into Fund 40 is interest revenue. That's what's up in the revenue line. I think it was, it's a few $100,000. But the main source of revenue to Fund 40 is the interfund transfer from Fund 01 to Fund 40 of the RDA revenue received in Fund 1 on the restricted side. You'll see that in the budget in Fund 1, transfers out to Fund 40.
Okay, so just for clarification, are you saying over time, those reserve funds are being spent in the cafeteria, capital facilities, and capital outlay?
It may be, yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, well, I had a chance to look at the last 5 years, and it shows that those reserves are not being spent. They just keep building.
Okay.
So again, that's just a snapshot of some time. I just think it's important that we as a board understand that we do have money and where that money is. And that way we can give direction when we consider the spending of these
Those
funds.
dollars
you.
cannot be utilized
Yeah,
for anything but what they're assigned for. So
Yeah.
the cafeteria fund cannot come to the general fund.
Absolutely. I'm not going to discuss details as far as how to handle the money or where to put it. That's definitely above my pay grade. I'm just pointing out the fact that there is money. I know that there are people in positions that we are paying to be able to handle that money and manage it in a way that it can be utilized according to board direction. My goal is just to point it out to the board that indeed we do have money. As I noted in February of this year, and we're now in December, and there are funds that are there and that are not being spent over time. So I just think that's important to just highlight again and keep in mind as we consider the cost of running our district.
Oh, great. If you don't mind, I'd like to also remind the board, Fund 13, our nutrition services program, is funded through meal reimbursements by the federal and state government. Those funds can only be used to support the nutrition services program. Zaida Conchola, our Director of Nutrition Services, is in the process of implementing a spending plan because she is only allowed by federal guidelines to have so much in reserve. So she will be spending that down per her plan. That could include equipment, that could include extra staff hours within the nutrition services program. Those monies cannot be allocated to any other fund to support any other activities. Fund 25 developers fees come into the district based on the residential and commercial construction. Those funds are designed to offset the facility impacts due to the growth that comes with new homes. Tonight, you approved Key Analytics as a consultant to assist us with our developer fee impact study. They will take a look at our developer fees, our housing, the student generation factor within Apple Valley, multifamily, single-family homes, to help us determine and justify charging the level 1 developers fees that we currently charge. Again, those fees are deposited in Fund 25 and allowable only for uses to support the facility impacts. That could be construction of new facilities, modernization of existing facilities, furniture and equipment to support new students. That's what Fund 25 is for. Fund 40, the $1.8 million that we budgeted as an interfund transfer from Fund 01 to Fund 40, that's restricted revenue that flows into Fund 1. It's redevelopment agency revenue not subject to the revenue limit deduction. That's money that comes to us for facilities use purposes. So we transfer that to Fund 40, which is our special reserve fund for capital outlay. That fund is designed to fund facilities projects. It's recently funded projects for TK buildings along with some of our COP proceeds. The parking lot renovation at Mariana, the parking lot and shade structure at Sycamore Rocks. So those funds are used for facility improvements. And again, those funds in Fund 40 and Fund 25 and Fund 13 cannot be utilized for general operating expenses as Fund 1.
Yes, and I'll leave it to you as far as how you're able to manage that and hopefully be able to properly inform us as a board so we can understand exactly how those funds can be utilized. I do want to point out in Fund 40, there was a $2 million transfer from the Deferred Maintenance Fund. And then also an addition of roughly 9.8 million. I'm not sure where that came from, and maybe you could look into that and get back to
So
me
I can
on that.
answer that. That $2
Oh,
million
okay.
transfer was from Fund 14,
Mhm.
Deferred Maintenance Fund. The board uncommitted those funds that were committed in previous action by the board. We deposited those funds in Fund 14. They were held there for purposes of routine restricted maintenance and or deferred maintenance projects. Last year, those funds were uncommitted, transferred to Fund 1 to support general operating costs from Fund 14, and that was all based on board action.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
So the $9,857,752.50.
In Fund 40?
That dropped in Fund 40, in the reserves, in the unaudited actuals. But I was looking, and maybe you don't have to answer right now, but, and I'll probably follow it up with an email, so don't feel the need to remember. But I'm just wondering, I couldn't figure out where those came from either.
The 9 million?
Mhm.
Okay, I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Certainly.
And I want to point out to the board that with all of these adjustments, we've moved from having a deficit spending budget to an egregiously deficit spending budget. So if we're looking to pass this first interim as is, we're looking, and I know Mr. Schulenberger already noted it, a $22.8 million deficit spending budget. I would like to caution us against that idea, as I don't think we should be increasing expenditures. I think we should be decreasing those, and I think that's ultimately our goal. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Raleigh?
I do have a question. Yeah, I have a question. I know that we have gone up and down the highway to figure out where the money is. So I just want a clarification from you, Mr. Schulenberg. Fund 25 monies cannot be used for salaries, can they?
Fund 25?
Yes.
Fund 25 monies are designed for facilities improvements to offset the impact of increased enrollment due to development.
Thank you. Fund 40 monies, can they be used for salaries?
Fund 40, if we had a facilities program director, we may be able to pay for them out of Fund 40. It depends. But for it has to be around facilities use. I would have to do some research if salaries are an acceptable expense for a facilities program administrator out of Fund 40.
So if you hire somebody, or if we have somebody who's going to manage our facilities.
Or a consultant.
You can have.
Maybe I would have to research that, Ms. Okpara, just to make sure that's an appropriate use of Fund 40.
All right. Cafeteria funds.
Yes.
Can we pull money from cafeteria funds to pay salaries?
We can use cafeteria funds to pay salaries for workers within our nutrition services program only.
Only, okay. The capital outlay funds, can we use it to pay salaries?
That would be Fund 40, and that's the one I would have to research if salaries for a facilities program administrator or director or consultant would be appropriate.
So when you transferred money from Fund 14 for routine maintenance, did you do it in a way that will put the district in jeopardy, or was it something that we really had to do?
If you recall, Maria, you were on the board when we took action to uncommit those funds. We did transfer those funds last year in support of general operations. If we had not have transferred those funds from Fund 14 to Fund 01, we would have had a $2 million larger deficit within Fund 01.
Okay. So now, as I go back to this presentation you've given to us, and you are certifying for us as a district, and to send it forward to county for review.
Mhm.
If at some point it says the district will meet its obligations for this reporting period, however, for the next reporting period, we will not. Is there any way that the county could get our report and kick it back to us because your numbers were wrong?
It's not that the numbers are wrong. If the current multi-year projection, as is presented in the first interim financials, we do meet our financial obligations in the current year. However, we do fall below the board policy 5% required reserve. In fact, we fall below the 3% statutory required reserve, but we do not go under zero in our reserve. In year two, if nothing changes, if there's no board-approved expenditure reduction plan, if we spend absolutely everything that's budgeted to be spent, we will be below zero. Will that come to fruition? Most likely not, because we're in the process of putting together an expenditure reduction plan for your consideration. And as we work through this year and even into next year, we'll continue to align revenues with actuals and expected revenues and align budgets. If we sent this particular packet down to county with a positive certification, I would venture most likely they would send it back and say, no, you're qualified. We will change you to qualified. We don't want them to change us to qualified. If we're qualified, we want to file qualified. With the board-approved expenditure reduction plan and continued adjustments between now and second interim, we have the ability to go back to positive, but it's all about reducing those expenditures, finding more sources of revenue, which is mainly ADA, and working toward a plan to balance our budget.
So when I hear from Trustee Longshore, and she says, we do have money, where exactly is the money? Can you tell us where the money is?
You have the financials in front of you, Ms. Okpara.
Because I'm looking and I haven't figured it out, so I just want to know where the money is. Because if the money is in all of these funds that you have said that will not transfer out to be able to cover whatever it is, then we do have money, all right, but it is not where it needs to be.
Remember, we have several operating funds, and those funds operate specific programs. We didn't talk about Fund 11, our adult education program. That, again, Fund 11 cannot support Fund 01.
Correct.
We have Fund 12, our state preschool program. That is a restricted program. It is a state grant-funded program. And that fund cannot support Fund 01. The same for 13, 25, and 40.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just have a follow-up question real quick to that. Are you able to find all funds that would be able to be considered for other things that are maybe projected to be spent elsewhere, but according to spending maybe doesn't really align with the history of our spending, and have that as something you bring to the board so we can consider how much?
Well, those would be
money?
contained in the financial statements you have.
I'm sorry?
The funds that are available are contained in the financial statements that you have in the SACS forms.
Right, but is there any way that there could be a clear delineation for the board, specifically how much money is there and encumbered or projected to be spent?
That's what's shown in the financial statements.
But over time, maybe it hasn't been spent, because I think we pointed out that there are funds that aren't being spent.
On the restricted side, yes, that's very common.
No.
Yes.
For the total.
What, keep in mind, you're looking at the combined, that combines unrestricted and restricted. What you're talking about is items are budgeted and not spent. Yes, that is very common on the restricted side.
Yes. So I am also aware that some restricted funds can be used and allocated elsewhere.
Depending on the rules of the particular resource and the
Yes.
restricted program.
So this is where we as a board need to lean into your expertise and then be given clear information as far as how much of these funds can actually and feasibly be available as we consider the cost of running this district.
Okay.
Could we get that?
I will have to ask for some more clear structure and direction for what exactly you're looking for.
Oh, I guess just available funds.
They're listed in the financial documents that you have in front of you.
So you're asking for available funds outside of the fund numbers that we cannot use for salaries, because the whole conversation is to be able to do salaries, right? So that's my understanding based on what where you're framing these questions. So basically, you're asking what funds are available for us to be able to do salaries, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did that make sense, Mr. Schulenberg?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And what would be a reasonable time, do you think? Maybe
Second interim?
by second interim, which would be,
Possibly.
that's when you would be able to let us know?
Yeah.
And when is that?
Well, second interim financials are of January 31st, and I would be presenting that to you at the March board meeting.
March. Not any sooner?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Matt. I think that's all the questions everybody has, so we'll move on from this here. So we need to approve the first interim financial reports reflecting qualified certification for the period ending on October 31st, 2025. I'll make the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. I'm going to do a roll call vote here. Anita Tucker. Anita? I can't hear you. Aye.
Aye.
Renee?
I just can't wrap my mind around increasing our deficit spending. I would like to be able to revisit this with more clear information. So if we're casting a vote today, my vote is no.
Okay. Maria Akpar?
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. All right. Thank you. Moving on to consent. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items on the consent list. So we have 1 through 18 tonight. So I guess before we move forward, does anybody need to pull any of these items for discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 11.
I'm sorry,
Item 11.
11?
And I'd like to pull item 5 as well.
And item 5. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and I'll make a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
There's more.
Huh?
12 through 18.
Oh, there's a second page, yeah. Oh, okay. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Anita Tucker?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. Okay, so item 11 was pulled by Maria. What's your?
We want to start with 5 because she pulled 5.
I know, but I just thought that you went first, so.
Okay. I pulled 11 because I saw that it is $12,500 for a consultant for professional development in family and school engagement. And I think that is extremely exorbitant considering that we are looking at salaries for teachers. So that for me was way too high for whatever the person is going to do. So it didn't make sense to me. So that's why I pulled it.
So Pat can explain a little bit more, but Dr. Locke is a professor who also works with school districts around district African-American parent advisories. Her work came to us through Dr. Sharina Betters at the county office. And so due to our sanction of over-identification of African-American students as emotionally disturbed,
The plan that was written also includes that we will do services to support that. And so those dollars were set aside specifically for that.
But the challenge I have with that is, I keep, every so often I hear this buzzword about, some group of people. So this was a buzz from my head. It's a buzzword that says African American, and that should make people just say, well, it's okay. Except that when we have a district African American advisory here, African Americans are not showing up. So I don't know how we can justify paying somebody $12,000 plus for that. So based on your explanation, it makes sense to me, but I hate to attach it to district African American.
Not just
advisory.
district, it will be site. She'll go site to site and work with the school sites to develop their African-American parent advisories too.
Did they put out a call to see if the other people who are that qualified in this to give us for less? Because it's just to justify this much money, this close to when it's almost like paying somebody $12,000 to work for 6 months.
Again, these dollars aren't dollars that you could utilize for salaries. They can be used to support the function of lessening our students that are identified as African American in emotionally disturbed categories. And remember, we didn't identify them. That was not, our data was clear. We received the sanction from the state. We tried to appeal that sanction because we were not the ones that identified the students. We were serving the students. They came to us with that identification already. And so this is just one of the categories that we have to support. And if you're uncomfortable with the amount, we are more than happy to go back out and look. But this came from our support person at the county office as a way to support these students. So, because we meet with Sharina once a week, twice every 2 weeks. Yeah, Pat's on with her. Sometimes I join, but that's how we stay aligned with what the work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Item 5, Renee?
Well, just to piggyback on item 11, I showed Maria that we both had it on our paper. So just for clarification, this would be new spending, correct? We haven't had these services in the past.
We did do this last year. This
Okay.
was, Dr. Earl Smith brought this group in. This is using his school site's equity multiplier funds
Okay.
to do some extra work with kids. And then she did a paint night with them at the end, and then they put the art up. Spends quite a bit of time doing some extra art projects. They found it to be valuable, and they're using their school site funds through their school site council to come up with these ideas. So it would be new funding, but again, equity multiplier funds at that school site can only be spent at that school, and we're trying to be cautious about not using those funds to add staff.
So, but they were spent services and other operating expenditures last year. So this is just a repeat of the same spending.
It is, but they did get the funds again. So that school, every year the state tells us which schools qualify, and High Desert Premier Academy has qualified so far. Every year that funding has been available.
Yes, thank you. And I have the same question for number 5. Is this new, or has this already been allocated?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was answering number 5. I
Oh,
apologize.
okay.
No, number 11, it would be new.
Oh,
We've never done this. This was recommended. I'll just defer to Trene's comprehensive answer. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
5 is not new. 11 would be new.
Because my understanding
But
from
11
what
is new.
Mrs. Nelson
Thank
just
you.
explained is that we got these students and they came to us, and now the state has identified that we have this high number of students who are now African-American students who have now been qualified as emotionally disturbed.
Right.
And
We have
so-
a
and now
state
that-
plan.
That puts us at a different level, and the state is telling us that we need to fix it.
Right. So of the 22 students that were identified African-American and emotionally disturbed, 3 of them were identified in Apple Valley Unified School District. The rest of them came to us from other districts already identified. When that happened, we received a sanction that we had to meet with the state. a team came together, inclusive of parents of African American special needs students. County was with us, and it took several meetings, but a plan was approved by the county, by the state. And we had to set aside out of our IDEA funds a portion to deal with this. And so one of the ways is to work with the school sites on the African American Parent Advisory on site to make those families feel comfortable in working with the school, and whatever the other things that are maybe biases that people are not aware of, but it's all of those things. And so she'll work with that as well.
All right, I'm good.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. We'll need to vote on 11 and 5. We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Okpara,
Aye.
Amanda Buchanan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We have no need to go back into closed session. Future items, does any members have any future items?
Is this when I would bring up? Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Go ahead. So,
I would really, really like if we could make the January meeting on I think the 22nd instead of the 15th, because I cannot attend on the 15th. The 22nd would be the fourth Thursday of the month. So I respectfully request from my fellow board members that we could move it.
what day do you come back?
I come back on the 19th.
The 19th?
Yeah.
The only thing that I just want to mention is this room has been reserved for the district spelling bee. So we would have to do a little bit of logistics to change that location so we could utilize this facility or find a location for us to utilize. So I just want to make sure that that's known.
Okay. I think we can make that logistics change. I'm not opposed. Would there any other reasons?
The only other reason would have to do with student discipline and the timelines, and we checked during our break, and we are going to be okay because we don't have any that will hit that timeline based on the current status. Is that correct?
It's correct. The only caveat is that students who have been coming in this week to have their administrative review have thinking that was the meeting. That's the date we told them that the Friday after the meeting, if the board took action, would be their first day back at school. So we would need to either call those families and tell them they're going to be 1 week later, which is for a high school student starts to get pretty far into the semester, or come up with
Would the board be okay
allow
with a
them to start?
ratification for
Yeah.
the administration for those admits? If we brought them as a ratification and just let them come back?
With
not
the understanding that
impacted?
if they were denied, we'd call and say, you're out. But sure like to get those kids in school as close to the first day of the second semester as we could. And by the 22nd,
Right.
I'm just concerned they're going to start to miss some assignments. So
Is the board comfortable with that? We don't bring them forward to you if they haven't met their conditions. We are very strict about that. So
But is there a reason why we couldn't hold the meeting regardless? We've always had it even when we don't have a full board. Or is there something we must address on that day that the full board has to be present?
No, it's just that Anita wanted to be here. That's all.
And I think it's an important one.
If it's gonna inconvenience the students, I think we need to pay closer attention to that.
I think this is an important one to have all board members at as we consider budget and the recommendation of the community.
The pleasure of the board.
Did I understand that correctly, Superintendent Nelson, that you and Pat Schlosser, that you were able to possibly move forward with allowing the students to go and then getting a delayed okay from
it would be a
us?
ratification by the board. And so we would request that we not delay the students. In fact,
if they have been
Start on day
reviewed,
one.
we could start them on day one of the semester as not having an issue.
I'd
for-
really like
for
to
this.
advocate for that for those kids. There are only 5 at this moment that have successfully completed their terms and conditions. We would bring those to you as ratifications on whatever date you told us to. We would not make this the norm, but typically they're coming to you at this meeting, and some did. But
Well, I'm going to say not the norm, but maybe it becomes the norm for the
For the first
January
day of
board
January,
meeting so
yeah.
that we don't harm them.
it's a greater chance of
Yeah.
success.
Are we then, so if we move it, then we have to also move the district spelling bee. Is that correct?
We would.
So we would have to
Spelling bee.
inconvenience those students as well.
I do think it's important to have all board members present for any decision on budget.
Right, but we've had a calendar.
And this conflict of schedule was duly noted when we originally released the calendar. It was brought up by Trustee Tucker. And now the budget consideration from our community was placed on that date. So I think both of those serve as justification to move it to when she can attend.
Is there a reason she couldn't attend remotely?
I cannot
She's on the
attend
ship.
remotely.
You're on the ship, right?
Oh, you're on a
It's
cruise.
illegal.
Or whatever.
Anita, how about if we do it, you come back on what day?
I'm sorry?
What day do you come back again? I'm sorry.
The 19th,
What day of the week is that?
It's
Monday.
on Monday.
We can do it on a Tuesday, the next day.
Oh, she'll be jet lagged.
I can do that. I can do it any day that week.
Okay. Well, how about that day? Because that won't inconvenience.
What does the calendar look like for this room?
I'm looking right now. What was,
Okay.
I'm sorry, 'cause I was.
Tuesday, the,
Tuesday is a school Teachers' Day.
Yeah, there is a
It's
scheduled
Tuesday-
meeting
it's
on
a teacher
Tuesday evening.
In here?
Day.
In conference room B.
Union
And
business.
Mariana Academy is having their basketball practice in here from 3 to 4:30.
What about Wednesday?
Wednesday, DLS is in conference room B from 4 to 5:30, and the District African American Parent Advisory Committee is in the NPR from 5:30 to 8.
What if we look for a location, for the spelling bee, to see if we can accommodate the spelling bee, if that is the consideration? I don't have a guarantee. I don't know that it's possible because I don't have a confirmation from principals at this point.
We'll figure it out.
It's up to the board.
I think relocating the spelling bee, even though it may take some finagling, it's, I believe, more important that we do have Trustee Tucker here for that vote.
We could look at what the other options for us having the board meeting is. So
The board
let's,
can move and the spelling bee can say where
Let's
they've
see what we can
already
do.
agreed
Yeah,
to
I
do.
really don't.
let's see what we can
Can
do.
move to someplace
Because I'm
else.
sure literature's gone out. with-
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll go ahead and set it. If the board approved is good, we can always do the board meeting at the Granite Hills Amphitheater. We've done it there before,
If they're not using
if
it.
they're not using it. So,
Not sure.
not sure. Why don't you,
I don't have that calendar.
do we have to ratify that tonight, or could you call us and say, hey, Tuesday's available at, and do it over the phone? Tuesday's available at Granite, or Wednesday's available at Granite? Instead of trying to figure it out at 11:30 at night, what's open and what's closed, or what's available. And
I think I can take direction from the board tonight that there's a desire to move the location and the date.
Okay,
If I can get consensus to do that, and I just need a date that is the appropriate one so that we can confirm that, and then we're looking for a location.
And then I will bring the updated calendar back as a ratification for approval regarding the date. The location will be, of course, posted on the agenda once we can figure out logistics, if that's okay.
okay, that's good. What date works for everybody? Tuesday?
I keep going back to Tuesday because Tuesday is set aside for teachers. So if we're going to use Tuesday, you would.
We
need
can
to
do,
clear.
stick with Thursday then.
Yeah.
Thursday, okay.
Thursday the
Thursday.
22nd?
Yeah,
And I have consensus that we can put the kids in that have met their conditions, and we'll ratify that as well. And we'll put them in on their first day of the semester, and they won't miss anything.
Yes.
That is wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have fun on your cruise.
Thank you.
Okay, so future items. I have an item too. The young man that always gets up here and speaks about start times.
Ian.
Yeah, I told him that, since he's so passionate, that I would have staff prepare a small report on why we do it and what's the reasons and how it all came about. And it wouldn't be an action item, it would just be an information item. So if everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to request that because I know I asked that question like a year and a half ago, and I got an answer.
Mhm. Well, we
So
all-
it'd be nice to have it for everybody.
Yeah, we know why we do it, so, great, thank you. Anybody else have any future agenda items?
Yes, one thing I would like to bring up, I had a chance to speak with a lawyer this last week at CSBA AAC, and she was shocked that we were allowing students from outside of Apple Valley to attend our schools while denying our own. As a board, I feel we must give direction to prioritize the students of Apple Valley in all transfer requests. And in light of this legal advice and considering we'll be receiving requests for transfer in January 2026, I believe, I would like to add Board Policy 5116.1, Intra-District Open Enrollment, to the agenda as an information action item.
Information, action, or information?
Action.
Is it an action?
Board
item?
policies
We can have both of them.
require two reads. So typically, it would come, just so I can make sure that it's how you guys would like it, it would typically come the first read with any updates based out of CSBA recommended language. So do you guys want me to look and see if there's CSBA language, match it to our policy, and bring that update forward, and then you guys would have the opportunity to then discuss and revisit it? Is that kind of what you guys are thinking? I'm just trying to figure out how to bring it in a draft form.
Yeah. Can I ask a clarifying question? Did the lawyer understand that did she have a copy of our policy to understand that the board had taken action to allow for staff that are staff within the district, those are our only inter-districts. They are the only students that are approved from outside the district in, our teachers and other staff members that work at school sites, so that their children can be along with them at their site of employment. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing is being very clear that would impact staff within the district. And I'm not talking about staff here at ESC, because those kids don't have access to different properties. It's only if a teacher teaches at Sycamore Rocks and wants, sorry, Holly, you're back there, wants to bring her daughter to Sycamore Rocks and doesn't live in Apple Valley, she would not be able to do that. It would not be a consideration.
So what I was referring to and when I spoke to the lawyer about were the 82 inter-district transfers at both of our high schools that were, when I brought the information forward, they were not staff children. They were actually, I think the last explanation we got for those 82 is they were maybe siblings of already attending students from outside the district.
We can review the data for you. We can bring it and let you have access to that so that when you make any change to that board policy, you're doing it with the information based on what the impact to staff at each of those school sites would be.
Yes,
if that
so
would be helpful.
specifically our two high schools, which is the data we looked at and the data we received already, that's the data I would be interested in because that seemed to be where the discrepancy was.
Okay, we can absolutely bring that back. Is that a starting place? So that then we can talk about what changes to the policy you'd like to propose?
Well, I think,
And
as
we
a
can
board,
agendize the policy as well.
as a board, and what she specifically talked about is, I said, we're allowing students from outside our district to come into our two high schools, and we're denying students within our district from choosing the high school of their choice.
That will be intra.
Yes.
So
So
inter and intra are two
Yes.
different questions, though.
no, so my question to her was, would there be any reason legally why we should allow a student from outside the district to come to a high school within a district and deny the student in our district the opportunity to choose their high school.
Yeah, that was my point of that that staff, we will get you the data of exactly what is going on.
At the
Mr.
moment,
Well-
the presentation I did last time, it's currently 9 students, 4 at one school, 5 at the other. Total. And should be in the presentation. A couple of board meetings ago, that data was presented. As of right now, it's 9.
Right. I know we had looked over, I think it was 4 years.
Okay, we have 2 minutes before we're going to wrap this up, so.
So can we revisit that as an action item?
Sure.
Because we don't even have to
It has
specify
to be
anything
discussion.
except.
It has to
be discussion.
Has to be discussion with a
It's
policy.
discussion.
Well, but it was already a discussion item.
No, it has to be discussion. If you want to make an action item, you have to present it as with a draft, with cross-outs, and then we present it. It's almost like adopting a textbook. So you have to go through it twice before we actually take action on an action item that is already a board policy.
And I would say if CSBA has not changed their recommendations for the language of the policy, then we would be setting ourselves up if we decide to change it, right, without their recommendation.
Let's just put it on for discussion, and we'll take it up.
Okay.
Instead of discussing it tonight.
Thank you. And I just wanted to follow up on the $15.3 million that we were in deficit spending according to first interim last year on staff hired, specifically from years 22 to 24. We're still waiting on that data as far as I understand. Is there a date when we might expect that?
I don't know what question you're asking.
Oh, okay. I'll rephrase it. So last time we were at a board meeting, Trustee Akpara asked for data regarding the $15.3 million deficit spending from the hiring of temporary staff that was rolled into general fund. And she requested the data on that.
I think
Specifically what positions were hired.
I think the superintendent sent us an extensive email. On
You have an
that.
email.
We received the email where she broke it down for us.
Just this week.
On all staff that was
All of
hired
that, yeah.
It's
from
all there.
22 to 24? Or all staff that was hired 19 to current?
I need to look at the email.
I believe it was a whole span from 19 to current, but I'm looking specifically at the 15.3 million that were hired
the
with the
email you
ESSER
sent on
funds, which would
Tuesday?
have happened between
Was on
22
Tuesday
and
you sent
24.
That's the one I sent.
It was on Tuesday that she sent it, and she actually gave us names.
Yes,
So
but
she gave us names, and she gave us the budget code and the new budget code.
Could we-
For those areas.
could we also have the hire date so we know specifically which ones came from the ESSER funds?
They all are listed under ESSER funds. That's the dates, the right above it is each of the types of ESSER funds. ESSER 1 has nothing. ESSER 2, and I'd like to, well,
Go ahead.
the email was titled confidential, but that's fine.
Okay, so I'm looking.
We're just going to keep talking about.
No, I do look up my email, so I'm looking at the email. Thank you, Trustee Tucker, for pulling it up. It says prior budget code, and then it has this very long code with many, many numbers and hyphens. So I personally am I'm not sure if that's like budgetese, but I definitely have not developed that skill yet. So what I was wondering is if I could have clarification as far as these staff members that were hired with ESSER funds, when their hire date was?
They are listed there.
It's all listed in the email.
The first one
Keep
has,
scrolling down.
yeah, maybe,
Is yours correct?
Do you see a hire date?
All right, I need a motion to adjourn. Maria?
So moved.
Because we're
Amanda?
past, yeah, I'll second it because we're
Wait,
over
okay,
the time.
I'll
that
do roll
we
call.
extended.
Buchanan?
Yes.
Opara?
Yes.
I voted well. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.